We are continuing extensive coverage of the latest tariff threats from U.S. President Donald Trump on Canadian exports. They range from dairy and alcohol to even candles and Christmas ornaments. They are set to take effect on August 19th. Prime Minister Mark Carney spoke about the tariffs earlier.
I spoke with President Trump earlier this morning. We agreed to intensify negotiations in the coming weeks, and the team and myself look forward to doing that. As always, Canadians, governments, business, labor will stand together to build Canada strong and to have a trading relationship with our North American partners that benefits everyone.
The Prime Minister also said during that scrum that this latest tariff threat violates the CUSMA trade agreement and that he and Trump will intensify negotiations in the coming weeks. So let's stay on the story and bring in political analyst Raphael Melançon in our Montreal studio. He also writes for the Montreal Gazette. Raphael, thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Thank you for having me.
So are these tariffs targets? Are these tariff targets, everything from hockey sticks to fake beards and chandeliers, designed to hurt Canadian businesses or to appease some of the president's backers?
Well, most of them, I would say, if you look at take a closer look at the whole list, that most of these are symbolic gestures. Of course, our national GDP will not be shrinking tomorrow morning because we have new tariffs on hockey sticks, honey, essential oils, stuff like that. Our economy doesn't depend on this. But there are a few sectors where it could hurt our economy, but there are also a few sectors where it could certainly hurt as well the American economy. Just take dairy, for instance. The Americans export much more dairy to Canada than we do the other way around. So that means that if ever we were to have retaliatory measures against the U.S. dairy sector, for instance, it's going to hurt them much more because if we look at the numbers, the U.S. exports for over $1 billion worth of dairy products in Canada, mostly finished products such as cheese, butter, whey, milk protein for the food industry. So this is sales that they could lose eventually if ever we were to move forward with retaliatory measure on our side of the border.
The premiers are meeting today. What do you think those conversations will be like in terms of retaliation? Because we hear from, like Doug Ford saying we have to stop, conceding. We have to hit back hard. He talks about how Canada is an energy powerhouse and that we could dismantle the U.S. entirely.
Yeah, very interesting, and I would love to be a little bird, to be in that room when they have that discussion and hear what they say, because they don't agree, obviously, on what should Canada do. Doug Ford, of course, is one of those voices who's pushing for harder retaliation measures, of course, and to hit the U.S. where it really hurts. Other premiers seems to be more in between. They want to send the branch of olive, of course, to the U.S. and they want to try and have an agreement eventually. But I think eventually the first question they have to clarify between them is what do they do with their provincial decision to ban the sale of American alcohol. This is one of the main roots of the problem here. That's why Donald Trump is targeting us once again with those new tariffs. So it's a provincial decision. The federal government doesn't have anything to do with that. Some provinces, apart from Alberta and Saskatchewan, have chosen to ban American alcohol from their shelves. So they'll have to make a decision here as to are they bringing back American products, American alcohol, or not. And to me, personally, I think it would be showing weakness to Donald Trump. It would be giving the president a win that he could use to satisfy his base if we were ever going in that direction.
Well, it sure doesn't sound like, we heard the BC Premier saying there's no way in hell that American booze is going back on the shelf. Christine Fréchette, kind of was open to the idea, but said dairy is non-negotiable. And Doug Ford certainly doesn't sound like there's going to be American booze back on the shelf in Ontario. The White House is characterizing these new measures as a response to Canada's what they call discrimination against three sectors, including dairy, which is a very important industry, especially in the regions of Quebec.
But let's not forget, Andrew, that these measures came first and foremost as our response to Trump's tariffs in the first place when he came back to the White House a year and a half ago. So we're always responding, and that's where you get to an escalation in this tariff war, is that you're responding to each other's measures, and in the end, it never ends. So where does it stop? Where are we going to have at some point some people who are going to say we need some appeasement and we need to show the Americans that we're open to negotiating an agreement, or are we still pushing for more retaliation measure? If we move forward with more retaliation, that means the U.S. in a few months, few weeks, few months from now are going to come back with new tariffs. But at the same time, we have to stand up indeed, because if ever we were to bend and to backtrack and to give the president the win he desperately needs, because let's not forget the reason why Donald Trump is doing this right now is because his administration is highly unpopular. We're moving towards midterm elections here, so he needs to show also his base that he's being hard on Canada. That's very popular among the MAGA movement, of course, but at the same time, on our side of the border, we also need to stand up and defend our interests.
So if you were advising the Canadian government, the federal government, on how to react in this moment over the next 30 days, what would you say to them?
Well, I think Rob Ford had an interesting proposal with the energy sector here. And it's not just about oil. You know, you can put pressure as much as you want on Daniel Smith in Alberta, but in the end, they might not move on it. But let's not forget that Quebec, here in this province, we are major producers of hydroelectricity, which we export massively to northeastern states in the United States. So this is also a leverage that we could use eventually in these negotiations, saying if we don't come to an agreement, we might cut off electricity supply to your northeastern region. That could be a good avenue to explore.
Okay, so you think that any more concessions, that it shouldn't happen? There's been a few. The digital services tax, beefing up the border, sharing tolls from the Gordie Howe Bridge earlier. These kinds of things. You think that this is just not the way to go?
The problem we have is we're negotiating with a bully at the moment. And what does a bully do when he gets what he wants? He's going to ask for even more. So the more you concede to Donald Trump, the more he's going to come back with even more demands, because we're going to be showing weakness in the end as a country. So we need indeed to stand up. Of course, the wind is going to be blowing over the next few months strongly over Canada. But let's not forget, they're still having midterm elections. So Donald Trump could eventually lose control over at least one of two houses of Congress. So let's hope, let's have fingers crossed, wait until they have these midterm elections, and maybe eventually Donald Trump will be also weakened and we will be able to negotiate much better with him eventually.
Raphael, good to talk to you. Thank you. That's political commentator Raphael Melançon in Montreal.
For
Prime Minister Mark Carney says he's working to resolve the latest volley from Washington in the U.S. trade war on Canada.
I spoke with President Trump earlier this morning. We agreed to intensify negotiations in the coming weeks.
Now, Canadians have a lot of questions about Trump's latest threats. We will try to answer some of them throughout the day. I love this because that's who matters. CBC's Mark Carcasole has been talking to experts about your questions. So, Mark, what are some of the concerns viewers have?
A lot of the things that we're seeing in our inbox right now, Andrew, many of the same question but worded different ways. Some of them more advice on what the federal government should do rather than questions in particular. And we're seeing a lot of emotion as well. People, quite frankly, are upset by this latest announcement from the White House. And there are many calling for some drastic measures. For instance, Patricia Marshall, who makes a suggestion in our email, writes, quote, "Why do we have to send dairy and other items to the USA? Also, we should stop buying items from the USA." Essentially calling for a large-scale end, it would seem, to our relationship with them. Stop sending things like dairy and other items to the USA. Stop buying things from the USA. I ran that one by Ian Lee, who is a professor at the Sprott School of Business at Carleton University in Ottawa. He says, quite frankly, our economies are so intertwined. If we don't trade, we don't survive.
This is, to use the big fancy pompous academic term, autarky, which I learned years ago in undergraduate. Autarky is where a country becomes absolutely independent of any other country. They don't import or export. Almost no country in the world is autarkic. The one I can think of is North Korea, and it is desperately, unbelievably poor. We trade because we are not self-reliant in everything. My favorite example, as a devout blueberry eater 7 days a week throughout the year, we cannot grow blueberries in snowbanks in Ottawa in January.
Ian Lee loves those antioxidants.
Right. Okay.
But he makes a good point, and other experts who I've talked to today say the same thing, in that by not trading and by cutting off trade entirely or pricing things too high with export tariffs or whatever the case may be, we actually in the end just hurt ourselves. In many ways, how the U.S. is hurting itself with some of the tariffs.
I don't know, maybe she was suggesting just not trading with the U.S. or just not buying certain U.S. products as a way to kind of,
Fight back.
Yeah. What other questions are we hearing?
There's been some individual ones as well in terms of how these tariff announcements would affect certain products. And it's kind of hard to give an answer to those right now. We'll try our best. Dave Makachuk asks, is cat food or cat toys affected by these new tariffs? And really, I can't really give a solid answer on that because it depends what's in them. Because many of the things on this list go into individual materials and ingredients, especially when you're talking about something like cat food. It all depends, Dave, really on what your cat's eating and what's in that food. There are tariffs on certain ingredients that could find themselves in the recipe for cat food. There are tariffs on things like protein isolates, various mixtures and substances, fats and fatty acids, oils, gelatins, starches, all sorts of minute, ingredients that go into food products that if they're in your cat's food, depending on how things shake out, there could technically be somewhat of a tariff on some of them.
Wow, this stuff gets real complicated because it gets down to the nitty-gritty like that. Okay, Mark, thank you. CBC's Mark Carcasole. Canada's business community is urging calm in the wake of Trump's latest tariff threat, a sweeping 50% levy on goods, including many that were covered under the free trade agreement. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce says the move is a regrettable escalation, while urging both sides to use the next few weeks to reach a deal. And the head of Canada's Auto Parts Manufacturers Association is calling the tariffs a negotiating tactic. The CBC's Nisha Patel is tracking this latest escalation in the U.S. trade war. She has more on the potential impact of these new tariffs on the Canadian economy.
This would impact about $28 billion of Canadian goods. That's about 5% of the goods that we export to the United States. These tariffs have been highly targeted and they're prohibitive. So that means that a 50% tariff really is meant to make sure that the customers of Canadian businesses no longer buy their products. And so that market disappears for them entirely. It seems like the U.S. is hoping that that will cause the Canadians to come to the negotiation table, try to extract some concessions from them. If they do actually come to pass these tariffs, if we get no agreement by the time the deadline runs around, certain sectors of the economy will feel more pain than others. The Bank of Montreal estimating that the biggest hit would be to the chemicals and the plastics sector, followed by consumer goods and forestry. And we are starting to see some stocks for Canadian forestry companies taking down a little bit, about 2 to 3% today. If the tariffs do take effect on that August 19th date, and they hold on for a long time, as much as a year, that will slow GDP in Canada and that will lower our economy. We're talking to a playground equipment maker company right now in Ontario that's saying they were already hit hard by steel and aluminum tariffs. These new tariffs, if they were to take effect, would really hit plastics, and that would disappear their business entirely. But we could start to see businesses front-run the tariffs, try to export as much as they can before that August 19th deadline. One economist I spoke to says that they think the Canadian economy will be resilient.
We are more resilient than we think. People are more, creative in diversifying their products away from the U.S. towards other geographies, and clearly within Canada. So we are better and stronger than perceived, and that's actually a good thing.
The biggest cost, of course, right now, Arthi, is uncertainty. Businesses will have to hold off hiring. They will have to hold off expansion plans as they try to figure out how deep the impact will be.
He's Nisha Patel speaking earlier to my colleague Arthi Pol in Toronto. You're looking live at Ottawa. We'll have more reaction to Donald Trump's decision to threaten to slap a new 50% tariff on many Canadian goods. It's a major focus for federal and provincial leaders today. We will continue to track how they're responding throughout the day. Here's what we've heard so far.
Federal government, provincial government, labor, business, Canadians themselves, uniting, focusing on what we can control, building strength here at home, supporting each other, buying Canadian, and diversifying partnerships.
I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive.
I'm tired of the bully trying to take our lunch money all the time. We always seem to be on our back heels. We need to be on the offense.
It speaks to the importance of us as subnational governments to support our federal government in being very ambitious at the negotiating table and reviewing the CUSMA deal that we have, the CUSMA deal that I would say North Americans and Canadians value and would like to see renewed.
It does present us an opportunity over the next 30 days. I think Premier Moe just referred to this, to take a look at everything that's on the table, not just what they've presented as part of this tariff package, to move forward and some sort of agreement that benefits both Americans and Canadians.
I will defend and protect Quebec's economy, Quebec's workers, Quebec businesses until the end.
So we have leverage here. We don't need to jump into anything that would be a bad deal for Canadians.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. Canada's leaders are pushing back today against Donald Trump's new threat of 50% tariffs on Canadian exports. Trump signed those proclamations yesterday, and they are sending shockwaves across this country. The tariffs target goods ranging from cement to milk and wine, hockey sticks, and even wigs. Trump himself is repeating some familiar complaints about what it's like to deal with Canada, in his opinion, while the Prime Minister and premiers appear focused on how to deal with Trump's threats.
As always, Canadians, governments, business, labor will stand together to build Canada strong and to have a trading relationship with our North American partners that benefits everyone.
Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it.
He wants to continue threatening, and he's nothing but a bully. That's all he is. And you have to stand up to the bullies in the schoolyard, or they end up taking your lunch money.
We begin in Ottawa with Mark Carney's response to the new tariff threats. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg joins me now. So, Marina, what else did we hear from the Prime Minister today?
Yeah, Mark Carney says Canada and the U.S. will intensify negotiations in the coming weeks. He says he spoke with the American president this morning. I will say, Andrew, it's not the first time that we've heard the two leaders commit to speeding up negotiations throughout this 18-month trade war. There are, though, 30 days here until these 50% tariffs are set to come into force. So the clock is ticking here. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars of the Canadian economy potentially impacted here. Now, speaking briefly with reporters in Ottawa earlier today, Carney says the U.S. is acting unilaterally. He would not say, though, if Canada will retaliate, including with its own tariffs. Have a listen when he was asked that question.
And we will look at all options in terms of how we would respond if they do come into effect. That's part of what we'll be discussing with premiers. Also, in parallel, as I just said, that I'd spoken with the president. We agreed to intensify discussions. We'll begin that right away. And this is part of a negotiation. So the first objective is to get a comprehensive agreement.
Interesting there to hear Carney say, we're going to look at all options in terms of how we would respond if they do come into effect, adding some caveats there that this threat is out there, but there is this just under 30-day window before they would actually come into place. Now, Carney was also asked if he will go to Washington. He said it's not necessary in his eyes, that Canada's representatives are already there having conversations, including Minister Dominic LeBlanc, who has been leading some of these discussions. But as I mentioned there, this isn't the first time that we've heard Trump and Carney say that talks are going to step up. Not the first time we've heard of a deadline potentially coming forward. But Carney did say that throughout this trade debacle, really, there has been a series of detailed and comprehensive proposals that Canada has put forward to the U.S. to try to deal with some of the U.S. president's concerns. But Carney has also said that Canada needs to get what he says a real deal. That, in his eyes, Canada could have signed what he calls a bad deal a year ago. But that's not what Canada is going to agree to. Now, we do have some reaction as well to the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre. I want to read some of the statement that he put up earlier today. He says, Conservatives call on the president to reverse these threats, remove tariffs, and restore free trade. All parties must work together to prevent tariffs from happening. Conservatives are here to help and fight for Canada. Pierre Poilievre says the threats are unjustified and wrong, especially when we look at the fact that Mexico isn't facing similar threats that Canada is. He says there needs to be a plan now to fight these new tariffs.
And Marina, Trump's latest tariff threats have been dominating.
Our names are very close.
I know, sorry, I know who you are. Have been dominating discussion at the annual meeting of Canada's premiers in Charlottetown. So what have we heard so far?
Yeah, we did hear just a short while ago from PEI Premier Rob Lance asked about the tariff threat. He said right now the premiers are really still kind of getting their heads around what the potential impacts could be, but they are looking again at that window of time to potentially reach a deal. Have a listen to what he said to reporters earlier.
We're still analyzing what the actual impact of these tariffs are. We know that they're not taking effect immediately. We have time as Minister LeBlanc told me last night, to hammer out a deal. What that looks like, I'm not sure, but at this point, I can't imagine that we would just simply capitulate under this threat.
Lance talking there about the fact that he had a call, he says, with Dominic LeBlanc, the minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade, last night, and basically having a conversation about how to hammer out a deal to potentially prevent these tariffs. Ontario Premier Doug Ford also reacting to these tariffs today at the Premier's meeting in Charlottetown. He says, in his eyes, everything should be on the table to fight back. He feels that Canada really needs to go on the offensive here. He says, hit Trump back tariff for tariff. He said, as you heard from that clip earlier, that he's tired of this bully, he says, trying to take our lunch money all the time. But he says, in his eyes, the premiers can't do it all alone, that they need the Prime Minister to have a plan. Have a listen.
Well, I'm losing patience based on, first of all, we have to get this deal. Would I be happy with the deal? 100%. I think the whole country and the U.S. would be happy with the deal. But if he continues to constantly bully us, we can't keep rolling over. We can't keep backing down. We have to go full tilt. We are an energy powerhouse. We have to utilize every tool we have in the toolbox and make sure he feels the pain.
We do know that the Prime Minister had a virtual meeting today with Canada's premiers. This was added on to the schedule specifically to deal with the tariff threat that was dropped last night. We also know that Carney is set to head to Charlottetown to meet with the premiers in person tomorrow, where undoubtedly this will be a major topic of conversation. Andrew.
Marina, thank you. That is the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. So for more on this, let's bring in Ujjal Dosanjh in Vancouver. He's the former Premier of British Columbia and also served as Provincial Attorney General. He's also a former Liberal MP. Appreciate you taking the time very much. Thank you.
Good to be with you.
Why do you think the U.S. president is doing this now?
Well, the Prime Minister, the President of the U.S., I don't believe has grown out of being a real estate dealer. He behaves like a realtor or a real estate dealer with mob ties. Obviously, he believes in threats rather than negotiations. And every time he can't get his way, he makes the threat of putting more tariffs on you. And that's exactly what he's done. And I believe Prime Minister Carney has been handling this file very well. We've been diversifying our trade opportunities, our contacts and connections with the rest of the world to reduce our dependence on the United States of America. But one thing I must say as a former premier, we need to act in concert across the country. We can't have premiers going sideways, one saying let's retaliate and the other saying, let's not retaliate. All of those discussions should take place within the meetings and the boardrooms. And the Prime Minister should be the spokesperson on this issue, the ultimate spokesperson for Canada.
So, do you think Canada should retaliate? Do you think, are you more in the kind of, Rob, are you more in the Doug Ford, who's basically saying we got to stop rolling over, we're an energy superpower, or do you think there needs to be a softer approach?
Well, there needs to be both the stick and the carrot. If I can use that expression. So there needs to be the threat of tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, and there also needs to be the carrot in terms of what we can do for the United States and what they can do for us. This is a very substantial trade relationship, unlike any other in the world, and therefore we need to tread carefully, but with determination.
What about the booze on shelves? No American liquor on the shelves. That seems to be an irritant with the Americans. What do you think should be done about that?
Well, the Americans were the first ones to impose tariffs, and the president seems to conveniently forget that. If that would bring them back to the table and get us a deal, let's put the wine back on the shelves, the U.S. wine back on the shelves, and the U.S. liquor back on the shelves. That's not a huge give. We should be prepared to make that concession if, in return, we can get a good deal.
Do you think, you said that the Prime Minister has been handling it well? There has been the dropping of the DST, the digital services tax. There has been sharing the tolls, revenue from the tolls a little earlier on the Gordie Howe Bridge that that Canada built and paid for, well, built with Americans, but that Canada financed. There was beefed up border measures, more than $1 billion of beefed up border measures. It seems every time there was an ask, it was done, and then the tariffs just get worse.
Well, you're not dealing with a logical individual. This president of the United States is not very logical. He's not consistent. And therefore, we should tread carefully with determination. Yes, we've made concessions in the past, and they haven't borne fruit. That's why I'm somewhat reluctant to make the concession on the wines and the liquors. But if it's calculated in the meetings with the premiers that concession might do the trick and bring about a reasonably good deal, then we should do it.
What about the harder approach, which is a dollar for dollar? So it's $28 billion worth of goods that there should be counter tariffs of $28 billion.
Well, you know, the kid in me says that we should do that, but it hasn't borne fruit. So far, retaliation or the concessions, neither has borne fruit. That's why, I'll leave it to the Prime Minister and the Premiers to figure out how to deal with it. But you need both, perhaps, concessions and retaliation in combination, perhaps.
Donald Trump has threatened the country's existence before. This all seems, he says, Canada won't survive. Only survives because of the U.S. He uses this kind of language. Do you think it's still on his mind that he's trying to turn this country into the 51st state?
Well, he's trying to bring Canada to its knees. Yeah. He's a bully. This president of the United States is a bully, and we need to understand that. And sometimes bullies understand retaliation better than concessions. And that's why it's difficult for me sitting outside of the Premier's meeting with the Prime Minister to say exactly what should be done. But everything should be on the table. All options should be on the table.
And Mark Carney has said that all options are on the table. Does it worry you that at the same time as this is happening, there are separatist movements in Alberta and in Quebec? I mean, at a time when many would argue there needs to be unity, there could be there are issues facing the country when it comes to national unity.
Well, I understand that. Quebec is a long-standing issue, and Alberta is more of a recent issue. But I can say this, both to Quebec and to Alberta, particularly the premiers. 10 provinces and 3 territories combined are much stronger in negotiations with the U.S. than Alberta and Quebec, either together or separately.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much. That's former Premier of British Columbia, Ujjal Dosanjh. Now, the U.S. President Donald Trump, he spoke earlier today about his new trade salvo against Canada. The levies announced yesterday would impact an estimated $28 billion worth of exports to the U.S. The CBC's Julia Wong has the latest from Washington.
He noted that this new 50% tariff that is being proposed is not in response to the Canadian wildfire smoke that has been drifting down to the United States. This has been a pretty big story here over the last few days. But instead, he says that Canada's trade treatment of the United States has been unfair. Here's a little bit more about what he had to say.
Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada, many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. But they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
So a couple things that I want to unpack from Trump's comments. He suggests that he isn't too happy with the Canadian political leadership. He specifically named former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The pair had a bit of a rocky relationship. And then he didn't specifically name current Prime Minister Mark Carney, instead just referring to him as the current leadership. But Trump inferred that he isn't very happy with him. And this is in spite of the fact that the U.S. president has been quite positive, that he has been quite complimentary of Carney in the past. And, while we don't know the rest of what Trump was going to say, because he sort of trailed off at the end there, it doesn't sound like it was going to be positive. And let's also note that that other comment he made about how Canada needs the United States to survive, Trump inferring that there's no way for Canada to survive economically without the United States, suggesting that Canada may not have a choice but to live with these tariffs in one form or another.
And Julia, what else have we heard from senior U.S. officials?
So senior administration officials have been on American networks today, essentially saying that they're not happy with the counter tariffs that Canada imposed after the U.S. hit Canada with its own tariffs. And they said that this new 50% tariff is because there is what they call discrimination against U.S. industries, in particular alcohol, dairy, and U.S. vehicles. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer also said this morning that Canada gives other countries better deals. He says that the U.S. has been asking Canada for some time now to remove its retaliation against U.S. tariffs. And what he seems to be saying here is that Canada appears to be pushing the can down the road and what to do in regard to those counter tariffs, whereas the U.S. wants them to act now. Greer is frustrated with where things stand.
Engagement means talking and meeting. We've done that. I've done that. I have a good relationship with my counterparts there. When he talks about these proposals, I won't go into detail because I want to respect the confidentiality, but what I will say is the proposals are generally for promises to discuss these issues, which we're already doing, not to actually change these things. They talk about collaboration on energy. We've never had tariffs on Canadian energy. We've always been open to that and that kind of exploration. So the types of things that have been in these proposals have always been, let's talk, let's keep trading in energy, things we already do, things that do not fundamentally commit to resolve these issues, maybe just talk about them some more. And for us, we want them fixed.
And U.S. lawmakers here in Washington, they've also been sounding off. Democratic Senator from California, Adam Schiff, who's pretty high up in the Democratic leadership, tweeting, Trump's return to a trade war with Canada further imperils American businesses and industries like California wine that rely on Canadian markets. Adding, as Canada faces a serious natural disaster at home, here in reference to the wildfires that Canada has seen, he says this is the wrong message to send to our northern neighbor. Another tweet from Don Beyer, a Democratic congressman from Virginia. Well, he's not mincing any words here. He's being pretty blunt, writing on social media, "This is so stupid," he says. "All this president's trade wars have done is hit our economy, alienate our friends, and raise our prices. Congress should do everything we can to rein in this man's tariff powers, not expand them." So we'll have to see how seriously these comments from Democratic lawmakers are taken and whether ultimately they make a difference or not in what the president plans to do.
The CBC's Julia Wong in Washington. Now, Trump's new tariff threat creates more uncertainty for Canadian industries and businesses. The CBC's Anisa Dari joins me live from Calgary. So, Anise, how are businesses and markets reacting to this today?
To be honest, we're seeing a little bit of a muted meh response from markets. And I don't want to say that businesses are saying meh to these threats, but in a lot of ways, it's more of the same. So rather than hearing any sort of panic or direct changes that are immediately being implemented by businesses in reaction to this, just like how the markets are sort of flat right now, we are seeing businesses react with, okay, well, let's see what happens here. You know, President Trump has said that these tariffs will be implemented within 30 days. There is that, it started as a joke and it's almost become a policy saying at this point, taco, Trump always chickens out. Well, there is a runway here for Trump to, not to belabor the point, chicken out and to reverse what's happened. So we are left with businesses reacting not at all, to be honest with you. We are hearing from industries and from businesses saying this isn't good for them. They don't like this. They don't want this. And that's a given. But are any businesses actively right now making decisions based on these tariff threats? We haven't heard of anything super drastic at this point, just a lot of frustration and, the U word, uncertainty. Businesses say we don't know what's coming next. But that has been the case for more than a year now, Andrew. So what this does is it just stifles investment, stifles activity, and creates nervousness. But, when we look at the TSX, for example, not that the Toronto Stock Exchange is a measure of the economy, but it is an indicator. It's pretty flat over the last week and over the last few months. It's even creeped up a little bit today so far. So we're not seeing any sort of collapse in investment given these threats.
That's good to hear. But Anise, how do these kinds of threats keep hurting Canadian businesses?
Well, this is the issue. If we zoom way out and look at, the last year, year and a half, and talk about how businesses both regard the United States as a trading partner, other companies in Canada regard each other as trading partners, and the international community looks at Canada as a place to do business. The uncertainty that continues over what is happening between Canada and the U.S. really stifles the ability to get new investment and to get new money coming in and out of the economy. People and their businesses don't want to spend. And it also carries a reputational issue. Take a listen to a former trade representative I spoke with earlier today.
I think the real issue here is just this continued uncertainty. One of the real benefits of the CUSMA to Canada is that foreign countries look to invest in Canada because of the CUSMA as a way to access the U.S. market. So they might look to set up their manufacturing or other facilities in Canada so they can access the U.S. market tariff-free. And of course, that's not happening right now because people just don't know where this trade dispute is going to end.
So when we talk about CUSMA, the free trade deal, well, it gives people who are doing business in Canada access to the U.S. market. And these tariff threats, as of now, are another reason that, well, that's not a sure bet. And when that's not a sure bet, making money and investing also isn't a sure bet. Andrew.
Anise, thank you. CBC's Anise Hadari live in Calgary. Wine, hockey sticks, and cement are among the products being targeted by these upcoming tariffs. But the list also includes everyday goods that range from natural honey to live orchid plants and musical instrument cases. So what is not on that list? The CBC's Mark Harkisol has some answers. He joins me now in studio. So Mark, let's talk about what's not being targeted.
Yeah, it's a much shorter list. It's probably easier to ask that question, what's not on the list, than what is on the list. But there are some key things, some key industries, some key items that are not being tariffed under this new set of announcements. And they are specifically various energy exports, talking about things like crude oil, gas. Oil and gas make up the majority of the U.S.'s trade deficit with Canada. So it's interesting that they would exclude those things, because part of this is, they say, them trying to make up for that trade deficit that they have with us. Potash is also excluded in all of this, as are critical minerals and fish products. Now, we have a statement here from Unifor's national president, Lana Payne. Unifor represents many of the industries that are both excluded and not excluded in this. She writes, the targets Trump exempted reveal his hand. He knows that despite his bluster, the U.S. does need things from Canada, and without them, the U.S. economy and workers will suffer. So clearly she and others in the labor industry feel as though there's a specific reason that he has excluded these particular items. Regardless, though, further on in her statement, she says if these tariffs do go through in less than 30 days now, they could be devastating to some of the industries caught up in this.
Let's talk about that. What industry reaction are you seeing?
There's been a lot of, I would say, hesitant reaction. Many of them say they're still sort of evaluating, trying to figure out what this means for them. Many of them are still unsure that these will actually go through. There have been several threats of tariffs and other trade, I guess, attacks against Canada in the past by the president, but they haven't gone through. They've been negotiated away, or whatever the case may be. So there are many industries that are hoping that is the case. Still, though, many of them are prepared for it. For instance, Chris Barnier, the president and CEO of Ontario Craft Wineries, writes, for Ontario's craft wine producers, the impact of announced tariffs on Canadian import wines would be small if implemented. We support Premier Ford's efforts to protect Ontario's workers. Other industries say they could be larger. The statement from Tim Tierney, president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, says, we recognize that these new tariffs are likely to cause great pain in certain regions, and for those businesses, workers and families, the challenges are real. We remain confident that the federal government is working in Canada's best interests to secure the strongest possible outcome for Canadians. We also spoke earlier today to the president of the Dairy Farmers of Canada, David Wines, who says that there has been quite a bit of misconception heading into the U.S. in terms of what they claim is a lack of access to our dairy market. He admits there is some access restricted to them because Canada is obviously trying to preserve supply and keep our industry strong. But for the most part, he says that he feels CUSMA does a good job of encapsulating all that, and he's a little upset that this is coming up for debate again.
You know, it's a concern for us, and especially considering that, you know, we have an agreement, CUSMA is there, it was negotiated, and both parties agreed to it at the time, and yet there seems to be this major dissatisfaction.
Yes, CUSMA is there, as he says, but it's not going to be there forever, apparently. But in terms of the U.S.'s access to our dairy marketplace, he says in numbers that he sent out in a press release earlier today that between 2019 and 2025, exports of U.S. dairy products actually increased significantly. The number he puts it is at through that stretch is 150% increase in value over that period.
And they have a surplus with us when it comes to dairy products. Mark, thank you. CBC's Mark Carcassol. Coming up, we get an update today on the wildfires in British Columbia. Thousands of homes are under evacuation alerts. Our science and climate specialist will join us with the key details. That's ahead here on CBC News Network. Wildfires continue to burn through huge swaths of British Columbia. The province's Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness provided an update last hour and said wildfire activity has increased significantly in recent days. CBC News science and climate specialist Darius Mudavi joins us live from Vancouver with the latest. So Darius, what else did the minister have to say?
Well, there are a number of things, Andrew. One of them emphasizing the fact that, like you said, fire activity has increased. We're looking at the potential for more lightning activity later this week. We'll be on the lookout for that. She also gave a message out to all the people that have been forced to evacuate their homes or who might need to in the coming days as that heat continues to climb and we potentially see more wildfire activity. About 6,000 people under evacuation alert in the province right now, Andrew, and about 500 under evacuation order. So let's start by looking at all the fires that are currently burning across BC. Take a look at this map. It shows you the 86 fires that are burning in British Columbia, many of them out of control still, including 4 wildfires of note. So those are fires that are burning particularly close to critical infrastructure or that are expected to be particularly of consideration to the public. Now, we also have a number of air quality and heat warnings in place across British Columbia. That thunderstorm warning is over in Alberta. The heat warnings, temperatures reaching up to the mid to high 30s in the southern interior of British Columbia with low humidity, also helping to promote that fire activity. And then, of course, the air quality coming from all that smoke. I do want to zoom in here on a couple of the fire perimeters just to emphasize why some of these fires are so hard to tackle. BC is very rugged terrain, very mountainous, very varied terrain. And so if we zoom in here, this is a couple of the fires that are near Kimberley, BC. This is where the bulk of the evacuation alerts are, about 5,300 of them. And these are mostly due to the Matthew Creek wildfire that you can see on the screen there. And if we zoom in on a couple of these fires, so first let's look at the Tower Creek 2 fire. You can see just how steep the terrain there is. And this is the case with many of the fires, especially the ones burning out of control, especially the ones that have given wildfire fighters such a hard time. They are very similarly, most of them, in terrain that is very difficult to access like this. And so that makes it really hard for ground crews to get down there. And in the event you have a lot of smoke coming off of these fires, it just makes it difficult for aerial crews to make any approach as well. Andrew?
The weather is obviously an important factor here. What's in the forecast?
Well, we have more heat coming our way, more lightning activity late in the week, like I said, but the heat is going to be the big story for at least today and tomorrow, potentially holding into Thursday. A slight chance of some precipitation coming in this weekend, thanks to some moisture from a hurricane that was down in the Pacific and just the remnants of it coming up to BC. So fingers crossed there. But in the meantime, it's not great news. Take a look at this graphic. It shows you the fire danger across BC. Those areas that are in orange and red there, particularly of concern. So most parts of the southern interior where that heat is going to be the worst. If we look at the smoke forecast, again, because of elevated fire activity that's possible, because of these high temperatures, we're going to see more smoke coming off some of these fires and quite a bit coming up from south of the border. And the ridge of high pressure bringing that heat, keeping moisture away in the interior, is also pushing that smoke out to the coast. So for people here in Vancouver, Vancouver Island, more smoke than we've been used to so far this summer.
Darius, thank you. CBC News science and climate specialist Darius Madavi in Vancouver.
To be honest, yeah, with mines, absolutely. Good to see you.
Did the Prime Minister give you any updated figures on how these tariffs would impact the economy financially?
Well, I think at the end of the day, this is a relatively small amount of the trade between Canada and the United States. But for all of those businesses and those families that are affected by this, is absolutely devastating, and it's just one piece after another. Having some stability in our trade relationship and a recognition of the longstanding friendship between Canada and the United States and the mutual benefit in terms of cost of living for Americans of our trade relationship would be a nice thing. But asking for that over and over and being met with with a closed door is kind of pointless. So at the end of the day, we got to go out. There are people that want our goods around the world. Let's pursue those things, and let's hope that the Americans sit down with us and reach an agreement. And that's certainly what I hope for, and I hope that we have trade peace with the U.S., but it doesn't look like it right now.
Does the Prime Minister?
Thank you.
Okay, you just heard from the BC Premier, David Eby, excuse me, who is at the Premier's meeting and was talking a little bit about what he heard from the Prime Minister, who held a virtual meeting with the Premiers from Ottawa. He's going to be meeting with them in person tomorrow, this week. He said, we're going to continue to support the Prime Minister. He said the Prime Minister said that they are hopeful to be engaging with the U.S., and the message from Mark Carney to the premiers was that it would be a broad-based agreement that they would like to come to. There's not that no deal is better than a bad deal, and also when it comes to the booze ban that many provinces, especially the big ones, Ontario, Quebec, BC, have implemented since Donald Trump's annexation threats and the trade war began. He said the Prime Minister is very understanding, and David Eby encouraged Canadians to give the U.S. a miss at this time with travel plans. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg has been listening in from Ottawa. So we got a little bit there, Marina. It was the first premier, I think, that we've heard since that virtual meeting with the Prime Minister, giving us a little more detail in terms of the mood, what the federal government is hoping for in terms of coming up with some kind of deal.
Yeah, you heard BC Premier David Eby say how he's hopeful that, over this 30-day window that Canada essentially has to prevent these tariffs from coming into effect, he's hopeful that, there will be some movement and that these tariffs won't eventually be placed on, tens of billions of Canadian goods. He said, we got an update from the Prime Minister, but that long term, Eby's saying very much that he feels like Canada needs to continue diversifying. That, a broad-based agreement is something that Eby says he supports, but these small sort of sectoral deals for certain things to prevent certain products from being tariffed, that won't essentially help all Canadians in the long run. And Eby also talked about that booze ban, saying that, the Prime Minister seems to understand the idea that the premiers want to use the own tools that they have within their own jurisdiction to fight back against the United States. Eby also saying there that the Prime Minister didn't make any specific asks of the premiers when it came to dealing with this trade war with the United States. So, yeah, having that meeting today was a virtual meeting, a kind of an impromptu one with the news that dropped yesterday. But we expect now Prime Minister Mark Carney to, of course, go to Charlottetown, where undoubtedly there will be more conversations about this into tomorrow as well. Andrew.
Marina, thank you. Marina von Stackelberg in Ottawa. Here's Northwest Territories Premier R.J. Simpson speaking live from Charlottetown.
Put all of this behind
What's
us.
your future within 29 days?
Well, these are questions for the Prime Minister, but I think that 30 days is it's a good time frame, and I think it starts a clock, right? And maybe that's what we need at this point. So we'll see what happens.
What about that call or that conversation made you feel supported?
Oh, well, we went around the table and everyone voiced their support and their unity and really emphasized the importance of sticking together, because we are all in this together. The tariffs that were announced and the previous sectoral tariffs, they really impact certain parts of the country more so than others, and we all recognize that. Even if it's not us who are really feeling it, we need to stay united as a country.
Premiers have a different approach, though, of how the federal government should deal with the U.S. We see Doug Ford calling on retaliatory tariffs if there's no deal within 29 days. So how can you say premiers are united when they all have different approaches to how the Fed should be handling this?
I would not want to be in a room where everyone was saying the exact same thing and there were no differing opinions. You need different opinions so you can take the best of everything and come up with a solid approach. So I like to hear those kind of things, and ultimately, of course, it's up to the Prime Minister and his team on where they're going to land, and I think they've been doing as good a job as they can do given the situation we're in. But I got to get moving here. Thanks, everyone.
Did you think the Prime Minister... Premier Holt, what did you think of that meeting?
It was a good meeting.
Okay. That was the Premier of New Brunswick, who's not stopping for reporters. We're just keeping our eye on, but we heard there from the Northwest Territories Premier basically saying they went around the table, they emphasized the importance of sticking together, that we need to stay united as a country, and it's up to the Prime Minister and his team to make the decisions, and that they're doing the best job they simply can under the circumstances. Marina is there. Marina von Stackelberg has been listening in from Ottawa. So, yeah, it was interesting to say. I thought one of the questions the reporters asked, well, what do you mean? Like, you're united, but there are different opinions when it comes from the premiers in terms of how to deal with this situation. Well, it's okay to have different opinions, but you can still be united, I think is the point he was trying to make.
Yeah, it's interesting language there when we think about the kind of saga that has been this trade war between Canada and the United States, and where Alberta and Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, landed on some of this. There was that joint letter, that the premiers put out, and she was not wanting to be part of that letter. There was some disagreement as to how to deal with the United States and the Trump administration. So it's interesting there to hear R.J. Simpson, the Premier of Northwest Territories, really talk about this idea of supporting one another, unity, sticking together, saying, he understands, everyone at the table there, he says, understands the fact that these tariffs, especially depending on what the tariffs are, will impact different parts of the country in different ways, and that each premier is really essentially advocating for their own jurisdiction. So he was talking about this idea of unity and sticking together, but didn't really have much to say in terms of how that meeting went with Prime Minister Mark Carney. That was a virtual meeting. We're not sure exactly how long it went for, but this is part of several meetings that the premiers are having in Charlottetown. And we do expect, as I was mentioning earlier, Andrew, that Mark Carney will be going to Charlottetown to speak directly in person with the premiers, which, of course, this will be a major topic of conversation. So, yeah, you saw New Brunswick's Premier Susan Holt kind of dash off there because, they've just had this meeting. We expect that maybe we'll hear more from the premiers in the hours and days to come.
Marina, thank you. Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. Now, Donald Trump's new tariff threat covers a wide range of Canadian exports, among them the dairy sector. The duties directly target Canadian milk powder, concentrated whey, natural milk products, and various blended dairy and syrup items. The CBC's Sharon Yonan-Reynolds is covering this for us from Montreal. So, Sharon, you've been speaking to producers in Quebec, the province which produces most of Canada's dairy. What are you hearing?
So I've been hearing a lot of criticism of the way Trump has framed this dairy trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada. It's something that he flat out called discriminatory. Now, there has been a certain level of debate surrounding Canada's supply management system as it relates to dairy. Canada only allows U.S. producers of dairy access to the market tariff-free up to 3.5%. But producers here point out that still represents quite a significant dollar amount. And it's an amount that has increased over the years. They point out that between 2019 and 2025, the dollar amount of U.S. dairy imports into Canada went from $423 million to $1.6 billion. And that's 3 times more than the dairy that Canada exports to the U.S. I spoke to the Quebec Dairy Processors Council, and they described the U.S. market for Canadian dairy products as moderate. So that being said, they're certainly concerned about these possible tariffs, but they say they're far from panicking. And they say that if they do indeed go through, they believe that it will force local producers to start seeking out other markets outside of the U.S. Here's a little bit from them.
It takes time to develop new market. Of course, we can look to the Europe if they have some opportunity or other country, but you have to evaluate the possibility, find a customer, find a channel to help you to distribute your product. So it's not an easy task.
So we also have been talking to people, asking them about if they have concerns about whether Canada could potentially make some concessions or make some changes to Canada's dairy supply management system. And the general consensus that I'm getting is no, there isn't really a significant belief that that is something that's going to happen. Many producers pointed out that significant concessions were already made by Canada the last time CUSMA was negotiated, and it allowed wider access to the Canadian dairy market for U.S. dairy products. And according to the Dairy Farmers of Canada, they don't think that this time around there are going to be significant changes. Here's a bit from them.
We should not be apologizing for wanting a strong Canadian dairy sector that ensures a reliable milk supply from Canadian farms, produced according to Canadian standards and for Canadian consumers. I think that's so important, especially as we talk about food sovereignty and food security, when there's so much instability, not only in our own country, but especially when you get beyond the borders of Canada.
And Andrew, it's worth pointing out that the federal government has said in recent months that it vows to protect Canada's dairy supply management system.
Sharon, thank you. That's CBC's Sharon Yonan-Reynolds in Montreal. Here's PEI Premier Rob Lance.
Thursday for the FMM.
As far as a plan goes, we'll enter into good faith negotiations with everything on the table. But we're certainly not going to settle for a bad deal. If we have to continue on, we will. But the Prime Minister is resolved, and we're resolved to show unity and strength throughout this process. And if we have to. We have to have a unified national strategy. That's the bottom line, and we're prepared to stand behind our federal partners.
Will that include retaliatory tariffs? Will that include retaliatory tariffs? United
Too soon to say.
Did Kearney indicate whether they got much of a heads up?
Is there a window to have a deal?
What are you talking about 29 days?
Is there a window to have a deal within the next 29 days?
Okay, that is Rob Lance. He is the Premier of Prince Edward Island, and he is the host of the Premier's meeting. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg is listening in, and Marina, all right, I guess we're starting to hear some similar things from the premiers in terms of them saying the message is we don't want a bad deal, and the Prime Minister is resolved that is not what the federal government will agree to.
Yeah, and we've heard Prime Minister Mark Carney say that in the past. He's made comments about this idea that, he said Canada could have gotten a deal last month, we could have gotten a deal last year, but it would have been a bad deal, and we don't want a bad deal. He says we want a real deal. And so you hear the premiers kind of talking about that language, about the need to have a good deal. Although we did hear Ontario Premier Doug Ford talk about how he's very frustrated, how he's feeling like Canada really needs to hit back, that there needs to be counter tariffs, that he feels that at this point it's a bully situation. He said something along the lines of, they're taking our lunches and we need to fight back stronger. So you hear different language coming from different premiers, but again, the kind of idea of being united, working together. We heard BC Premier David Eby talk about how he feels confident in the fact that there is a united front here when it comes to the premiers. I would love to be a fly in the wall of those meetings and actually know kind of what those conversations are. I don't envy that position for sure. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what the other premiers say. Obviously, they're leaving the meetings there, so some of them are staying to talk for a little bit, some not for very long at all. There are a few premiers still that we're waiting to hear from potentially who might come and stop for reporters, so we'll be tuning in for that. Andrew.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about how this day. So we've heard from the Prime Minister today. The Prime Minister has had a virtual meeting with the premiers, which was a little unexpected, and then the Prime Minister is meeting with the premiers. It's tomorrow, right? And we expect that to dominate, this latest threat from the U.S. to dominate discussions.
Yeah, exactly. And, we heard from Prime Minister Mark Carney earlier today talking about the conversation that he had with Donald Trump. He said they spoke this morning, that they agreed to sort of ramp up negotiations. But, you did hear some frustrations from the premiers, specifically the Ontario Premier, who says, I feel like I'm getting really frustrated by this situation because it's kind of the same sort of language that we're hearing, this bullying from the United States, and we're not getting anywhere. But, we do expect that we will hear more, and definitely tomorrow when Prime Minister Mark Carney speaks with the premiers in person.
Marina von Stackelberg in Ottawa, thank you.
You're welcome.
Here's a live look at Charlottetown. Trump's latest tariff threats come as Canada's premiers meet in Charlottetown for their annual summer meeting. We'll have more ahead.
The federal government, provincial government, Labour, business, Canadians themselves, uniting, focusing on what we can control, building strength here at home, supporting each other, buying Canadian, and diversifying partnerships.
I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive.
I'm tired of the bully trying to take our lunch money all the time. We always seem to be on our back heels. We need to be on the offense.
It speaks to the importance of us as subnational governments to support our federal government in being very ambitious at the negotiating table and reviewing the CUSMA deal that we have. The CUSMA deal that I would say North Americans and Canadians value and would like to see renewed.
it does present us an opportunity over the next 30 days. I think Premier Moe just referred to this, to take a look at everything that's on the table, not just what they've presented as part of this tariff package, to move forward and some sort of agreement that benefits both Americans and Canadians.
I will defend and protect Quebec's economy, Quebec's workers, Quebec businesses until the end.
So we have leverage here. We don't need to jump into anything that would be a bad deal for Canadians.
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith.
A real desire on the part of Canada and certainly on the part of all the premiers to get to an agreement so that we are able to move forward.
What does intensity mean? Like, what do you expect to see when he uses that word?
Well, anytime you have a final agreement, oftentimes what it means is daily meetings going deep into the night, and then ultimately you emerge with an agreement. And I think that that's what we've been looking for, is that there'll be some kind of intensity that will ramp up where we'll be able to get all of the issues on the table. I think that we've been seeing that from time to time Canada has made concessions, and it hasn't gotten us very far, and we continue to have additional things that keep piling up that we need to resolve. And so what we're hoping is that we'll see a deal on autos and steel, on softwood, aluminum, on all of the new issues that have been raised that will have tariffs if we don't come to an agreement within the next 30 days. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the Prime Minister and his team representing us so that we can get a deal.
What about oil? You didn't mention oil in there. You didn't mention oil in there.
We'll come here, and we have time for one last question, so we'll finish with you.
I mean, look, the South Bow and Bridger have already announced a 550,000 barrel a day pipeline to the U.S. We already have done all the permitting on our side. They've got permits on the U.S. side, and I think they have to just go through that process. So I think that a lot of these arrangements, as well with Enbridge, they've announced that they've got presidential permits for their expansion. So a lot of these things are happening, regardless of the outstanding issues that we have. And I suspect that will happen. A lot of business is continuing to happen. 97% of the products leaving Alberta leave tariff-free, and that's why we want to get that number up to 100%.
Did Premier Ford ask you and other premiers to do more, to put more pressure on the U.S.?
I think we all want to see an intensity ramp up. We know that there has the only way we're going to get to an agreement is if diplomacy prevails and if both sides put a lot of resources into it. And so I hope that that's what we see over the next 30 days, and I think you'll see from the Prime Minister's response what he's prepared to do. But he has the backing of the premiers to really try to get to a deal in the next 30 days.
Alberta whiskey, got any kind of a heads up? Alberta whiskey coming to Ontario. That's the big news, isn't it today? I mean, can you just talk about that? That's
we just developed our Whiskey Act, and it allows for a company to get a stamp of Alberta whiskey authenticity if there's 2/3 of the grains are from Alberta and 100% of the water. And so we're more than excited to be able to market that to the world and to be able to sign it direct to home.
Do you have some whiskeys to recommend to Ontario drinkers?
I don't want to pick my favorite because there's so many of them, but we do have what we call our Unity bottle. So it's from my hometown, the Highwood Distillery, and it's in the shape of a maple leaf. It's got beautiful maple syrup from Quebec and beautiful grown Canadian rye whiskey, and I would recommend that one.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Okay, you've been listening to Alberta Premier Danielle Smith speaking in Charlottetown at the Premier's meeting. It's been a very, very busy day. We've seen premiers come out after their meeting. They met virtually with the Prime Minister. We're also going to hear from David Cochrane, we hope, pretty soon, because he has more details of what the Prime Minister told the premiers. In the meantime, Marina von Stackelberg joins me now. We heard their interesting words, I would say, from the Premier of Alberta, basically saying, we're looking for some intensity to ramp up, and that was the word that Mark Carney used, saying that there's going to be an intensification of the discussions with the Americans, that Canada has made concessions and it hasn't really gotten anywhere. So a little bit of criticism of the past strategy in terms of dealing with the U.S. and saying that they're looking forward to the future and coming up with some kind of comprehensive deal. What did you make of what you heard there?
Yeah, the topic of concessions has come up a lot today in terms of criticism of how does Canada deal with these threats, and how does Canada deal with it when, the Prime Minister will point to the fact that there's things that Ottawa has done, that Canada has done to try and deal with some of those trade irritants, whether that's strengthening border measures or, moving up the amount of money that will be shared on the Gordie Howe Bridge, just various different things that the Canadian government has done in terms of concessions, in terms of legislation, too, that has changed to kind of make the Americans a bit more warm to negotiations. It was interesting there, too. Danielle Smith got asked if Ontario's Premier Doug Ford had asked the premiers to do more. Ford really has kind of come out the last few days very, very strongly on this issue. At first, it was about the fact that Trump was threatening to tariff Canada more over the fact that our wildfire smoke was heading down into the United States and causing air quality warnings there. He was quite frustrated about that, saying that he was really getting tired of this. At one point, he went on a self-described rant saying that it was just completely, he was completely frustrated with the U.S. president and how he was dealing with Canada, its neighbor. And so it was interesting there. Smith was asked, did Ford ask you to do more? She didn't directly address that, but she said, we hope that diplomacy prevails. And just this idea that she hopes that these negotiations will ramp up and that the premiers are united, she says, in supporting the Prime Minister in trying to get this sorted with the United States.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it would have been nice to hear a little bit more about what she was asked, if there were more discussions if there's pressure, say, from Doug Ford on the Premier of Alberta in terms of the use of the energy card. We'll have to see if we get more follow-ups on that. But what did we hear from the Prime Minister earlier today, Marina?
Yeah, and we do know that the Prime Minister had that meeting with the premiers, and that's why all these premiers are kind of leaving now and being asked about how that meeting went. We know that Mark Carney will actually go to Charlottetown and actually be meeting with the premiers on Thursday. I had previously said Wednesday. It will actually be on Thursday that the Prime Minister will have that in-person meeting with the premiers. This was previously a plan, but obviously this tariff situation will be a big topic of conversation. And Mark Carney did address for the first time this threat earlier this morning here in Ottawa, speaking with reporters, saying that these negotiations would be intensified over the coming weeks was the words that he used, saying that he had spoke with the president this morning. But this is just a 30-day window. And you heard some of the premiers talking about that, the fact that they felt that there were 30 days which would enable them to figure things out. We heard the PEI premier talk about a conversation he had with the federal minister for U.S. and Canada trade. Basically, this idea that Dominic LeBlanc, basically this idea that maybe they could, quote, hammer out a deal within this time period. So, yeah, there is this hope within the premiers that there will be some sort of resolution. But the clock is really ticking here, Andrew, and we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that could be impacted. I want to play a clip of Mark Carney speaking earlier here in Ottawa, saying, you know, in his eyes, the U.S. is acting unilaterally. He was asked, though, will Canada retaliate? That's something Ford has said he wants to see happen. He wants counter tariffs. The Prime Minister did not commit to that. Have a listen to his response to that question.
And we will look at all options in terms of how we would respond if they do come into effect. That's part of what we'll be discussing with premiers. Also, in parallel, as I just said, that I'd spoken with the President. We agreed to intensify discussions. We'll begin that right away. And this is part of a negotiation. So the first objective is to get a comprehensive agreement.
You know, he was also asked, are you going to go to Washington to deal with that? He says it's not necessary because he feels like Canada's representatives are already there having those conversations. But again, Andrew, this is not the first time that we've heard Carney and Trump say they are going to step up talks. This is not the first time there's been a deadline. You guys might remember back, there was a previous deadline for when a deal would be made, and Canada and U.S. basically blew past that. And again, there are these series of concessions that Canada has made to the U.S. to try to smooth things over. But as many of the premiers have pointed out, it doesn't seem to have worked very much in terms of Canada's side of things.
And as we've been talking, Marina, Trump's latest tariff threats, of course, has been dominating the discussion at the annual meeting of Canada's premiers in Charlottetown. What have we heard so far?
Yeah, so we've heard a few times today from PEI Premier Rob Lance about the meeting with the Prime Minister, and you know, he talked about the meeting he had with Dominic LeBlanc yesterday to try and hammer out this deal. He says very much, though, right now, the premiers are still trying to analyze what the impact will be. Have a listen to some of what he said earlier.
We're still analyzing what the actual impact of these tariffs are. We know that they're not taking effect immediately. We have time as Minister LeBlanc told me last night, to hammer out a deal. What that looks like, I'm not sure, but at this point, I can't imagine that we would just simply capitulate under this threat.
We will be interested to hear from Ontario Premier Doug Ford. He did speak earlier today saying everything is on the table in his eyes to fight back. He really feels like Canada needs to go on the offensive. He wants a tariff for tariff response. He says he's tired of this bully trying to take the lunch money of Canada. And he says that the premiers can't do it alone, that he needs the Prime Minister to have a plan. Have a listen.
Well, I'm losing patience based on first of all, we have to get this deal. Would I be happy with the deal? 100%. I think the whole country and the U.S. would be happy with the deal. But if he continues to constantly bully us, we can't keep rolling over. We can't keep backing down. We have to go full tilt. We are an energy powerhouse. We have to utilize every tool we have in the toolbox and make sure he feels the pain.
You know, we have heard Carney, we've been speaking about this afternoon, Andrew, this idea that Mark Carney has said, though, in the past that we could have gotten a deal a month ago, we could have gotten a deal a year ago, but he didn't want to get Canada a bad deal. So the question will be now, over the next 30 days, if Canada is trying to get a deal, whether or not, in the eyes of everyone involved, whether or not it will be a good deal for Canada.
Marina, very busy day. Thank you. CBC's Marina, I don't think we're done. Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. For more, we're joined by Jason Kenney, former Premier of Alberta. Mr. Kenney, appreciate you taking the time. Thank you very much.
Sure. Good to be here.
You posted about this and said time is on our side, reassuring to many people. Why do you think that?
Well, I don't think we should be panicking. This is just one of countless provocations from President Trump and his administration. First of all, while the 50% sounds like a big number, this tariff, in fact, apparently it would affect about 5% of the value of Canadian exports to the United States. So it's relatively small in the grand scheme of things. Secondly, whenever he does this and gives a 30-day delayed implementation, he's almost never actually pulled the trigger. Thirdly, he's headed into serious headwinds in American politics and in the American courts, which have generally struck down his efforts to frivolously use tariff powers that belong to Congress. And I anticipate that the pro-free trade groups in the United States will challenge this latest threat and tariff regime as they have in the past. And I think we have, based on the judicial record, we have reason to believe that the courts will not look upon this favorably. And then finally, he's headed into midterms about 100 days from now, where the Democrats look like they have a good chance of taking power in the House that will further restrain this administration, including its abuse of tariff powers, and in an election focused on the cost of living. 2/3 of Americans pretty consistently tell pollsters that they're opposed to Trump tariffs. I think they understand intuitively that this means higher costs for American consumers. And so in that febrile political environment, I think we have a lot of tailwinds. He has a lot of headwinds. We shouldn't panic. And we certainly shouldn't grant ad hoc concessions outside of the context of a broader negotiated agreement.
Do you think that a broad negotiated agreement is in the cards in the next month or so?
Well, maybe there's a card or two that could happen for completion within the next month. But that's my point. If it takes longer than a month, we shouldn't put false deadlines on this. We shouldn't allow Trump's transparent art of the deal tactics to govern our actions. He's flooding the zone. He's trying to destabilize his adversary. Let us not forget that this comes from a counterparty, President Trump, who said on January the 7th of last year at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago that he would, when he was asked, do you intend to use military force to annex Canada, as in Greenland and Panama? He said, no, I don't need to. I'm going to use economic force. So when you have a counterparty that is so transparently acting in aggressive and bad faith, and by the way, Jameson Greer, his very competent and I think reasonable trade rep, said 2 weeks ago at Aspen that they don't regard any concessions made by Canada as creating credit at the negotiating table. So let's stop with the one-off concessions. Let's look at possible. I think that Premier Ford is right about this. We should always be looking at what we can do as a countermeasure. Hopefully that won't be necessary. I think Dominic LeBlanc is one of the most competent ministers in this cabinet. He's in charge of the file. I think he's established a good rapport with Representative Greer and his team. Let them do the dispassionate, grinding work of negotiating a comprehensive agreement without allowing bombs like this to destabilize them.
Well, since you brought up the Ontario Premier, he said that Canada is an energy superpower. That we hear Donald Trump say what he said before, that we only survive, Canada only survives because of the United States. And then we heard Doug Ford say, well, we could dismantle the United States. That was the verb that he used in terms of using the energy lever. What do you think of that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Premier Ford and Prime Minister Carney have worked out an understanding, a modus vivendi, where Doug Ford plays the bad cop so Carney can play the good cop. I think it's necessary that we demonstrate to the Trump administration, we broadly as Canadians, that we're not pushovers, that there are voices for fighting back. And that gives, I think, the Prime Minister and his team more skating room to be diplomatic, to turn down the dial, to de-escalate. But if de-escalation means that we jump whenever, we say how high whenever President Trump says jump, that we give more ad hoc concessions without reciprocity, that's just invitation, that just validates the aggressive tactics. So I think that Premier Ford has a point here. And what I think the Prime Minister's been trying to do is to buy time, to de-escalate whenever possible, to get this back into the box of conventional trade negotiations with more conventional players in the administration like Jameson Greer, as opposed to some of the hotheads. And I think that's just where we need to put this. We need to put this back in that box. I believe they've been making progress on a lot of the issues. I mean, what the heck are we dealing with most recently? Supposedly Canada's can snap a finger and extinguish 800 wildfires in a boreal forest that covers a landmass the size of Europe. That's ridiculous. Let's not buy in to that kind of irrationality. Let's just get back to focusing on conventional trade issues. They want us to compromise more on supply management. Fine. Then they compromise on subsidizing their dairy industry and limiting Canadian exports on sugar and corn, et cetera. Let's get down to the table.
Well, but then I want to go back to what you said earlier. If what you think, and I think you were suggesting that, if Donald Trump's goal is annexation through economic force, then, is there any kind of arrangement that can happen in a way that's favorable, that doesn't allow that kind of thing to happen?
Well, look, we made agreement with him 6 years ago. He signed it. CUSMA, USMCA, called it the best trade agreement in history. Kept supply management, of which I'm not a big fan, by the way, kept supply management basically intact, some modest increases in quotas. So here's the problem with dealing with President Trump. When you talk about what his goals are, I'm not sure what his goals are. I'm not sure he knows, I should say, what his goals are. I mean, his kind of meta strategic goal is the reindustrialization of the United States, the elimination of trade deficits, and what he regards as unfair trading practices. Okay. If we can talk about it in that context, we can get down to the heart. What is it that USMCA doesn't give him that he wants? Let's talk about those issues, and it's give and take. I think his annexationist rhetoric started as a joke, and got to a point where he thought maybe this is worth a try. Maybe he's got some voices in Canada that seems to agree with him. Maybe toy with this Alberta separatist sentiment. But ultimately, I don't think he's serious about that. Let's just not forget, though, that I think it's evidence of bad faith on his part is what I'm trying to say.
Sir, appreciate your time. Thank you. Jason Kenney, former Premier of Alberta, joining us from Calgary. Sure. I want to bring in the host of CBC's Power Politics, David Cochrane. He joins us live from the Premier's meeting in Charlottetown. David, the Premier's met virtually with the Prime Minister today. What do we know about that?
Yeah, I'll give you an idea of what I've been able to piece together from talking to sources who were a part of that conversation of just what the federal government told the premiers and what some of the premiers said in response. So the Prime Minister, walked them through the known causes of this. Of course, the bans on U.S. booze, on provincial shells, supply management concerns on the U.S. side, and the very structure of the auto tariffs that Canada has imposed. The federal government is still doing an assessment of these tariffs to get a clear sense of exactly what the economic impacts are. We know broadly it's 20 billion U.S., 28 billion Canadian, thereabouts, but they're still working on getting a level of precision. What's pretty clear is that chemicals, plastics, furniture, a lot of wood and lumber products and electronics are really hard hit by this sort of thing. And what Mark Carney told the premiers today according to my sources, is that they were anticipating that at some point in the CUSMA talks, the president and the United States will put a clock on these negotiations, either by issuing a formal 6-month notice to withdraw, which is the requirement under the CUSMA deal, or something like this, where there's now a 30-day, now 29-day countdown clock ticking away before these 50% tariffs come into force, in which there will be a period of more intense negotiations, to use the Prime Minister's words from earlier today. What is interesting, too, is that the Prime Minister told the premiers that you can tell by what the U.S. has responded to. It is a tell, like in gambling terms, of what is bothering them. And the booze bans in particular is something that is causing some real harm. When you look at the LCBO, which bought about $1 billion a year in alcohol, the biggest bulk buyer in the world, this is having a serious effect on a lot of localized U.S. economies. There's been some developments on the U.S. side of the negotiations right now. That Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, according to the Prime Minister, is going to be playing more of a lead role in this, along with Jamieson Greer, the Trade Representative, and Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary. So that's sort of the state of play as they go into these negotiations. But what the Prime Minister said to the premiers is that we need to prepare all our options if at the end of the 29 days we don't have a deal that we're all comfortable with. And that could mean retaliatory tariffs, that he urged the premiers to look at the areas where Canada would have leverage. The obvious things that come to mind are the things that are exempt from these tariffs: energy, potash, critical minerals. Those are things that can be looked at. Defense procurement is something that the Prime Minister said that the federal government has as a point of leverage, and also told the premiers there are other things that they have as potential leverage that they're keeping to themselves right now until it's absolutely necessary. And he suggested at one point that the best case scenario in these 30 days may be that there is no deal, because the argument from the federal government has been that no deal is better than a bad deal. We've seen comments from Jamieson Greer, for example, the trade representative in Aspen last week, saying Canada gets no credit for any of the concessions. If you look at the demands that are coming out here, they're all completely concessionary, almost like a bargaining position of capitulation from the U.S. government. The premiers have made it clear they're not going to do that when it comes to things like booze. They're going to keep them off the shelves, even though it's causing economic harm. Susan Holt, for example, the Premier of New Brunswick, the wood product tariffs announced today will do a lot of damage to modular home construction industry that's developing in New Brunswick, and they have a lot of forestry, the most trade-exposed province in the country, but they're sticking with the ban. Doug Ford said the same thing in the meeting. He called for everybody to hit back on it. So that unanimity is holding as the uncertainty persists on exactly where this goes. But there is a window here now where negotiations will intensify, where Mark Carney and them see an opportunity to maybe move into the end game of this, but also urging the premiers to prepare for the potential that this is another dead end. Look at options, find your leverage, and be ready to exploit it if necessary.
Yeah, David Eby saying not a chance in hell that booze is going back on the shelf until there's some kind of deal. David, we have seen Trump threaten tariffs and then back down on them in the past. So how seriously should Ottawa be taking this threat, given midterms are coming up, other factors playing that are playing out in the U.S.?
Yeah, the big thing about the structure of these particular tariffs is that countdown clock phenomenon I talked about earlier, but also, even if you're CUSMA compliant, forget it. You're going to be hit by these. That is the first time broadly applied sort of tariffs. I mean, we have the sectoral tariffs, the 232s as they're called, the national security tariffs on auto and steel and aluminum and copper and these, and plus an endless series of ones on lumber. But, this is the ones where there is no CUSMA exemption. That is fairly alarming. Because that shows a willingness to completely disregard the continental trade deal even more than past practice from this government has suggested. So the challenge you have, Andrew, is you're dealing with an administration that governs as if the international order doesn't exist, as if trade deals and signed agreements like the Gordie Howe Bridge, like CUSMA, they're not worth the paper they're written on, because they're willing to reopen all or part of it to exert their leverage to get concessions. And that has been a repeated behavior, and this is the next step in this. So the hope the hope, and nobody is optimistic, maybe they're just hopeful, is that these 29 days of talks can get them to a point of resolution, because the uncertainty and the reopening, the identification of leverage and the application of leverage, it is just having this persistently negative effect on the economy, domestically and internationally. And everybody just kind of needs this to end, because increasingly, the whole suite of global problems, the United States government and the president have a starring role in them. And so you have this window now, Andrew, and we'll see. You know, the First Minister spoke today. They're going to meet here in person again on Thursday. I don't know if things will evolve much. They might have more clarity on just the impact of these tariffs. But you have to take it seriously, because this could hit some real small and medium-sized business, a nearly fatal blow if they lose all market access to the United States.
And I got to ask you, you know, we have our own national unity challenges, you could say. There's going to be a referendum in Alberta in October. There's going to be a Quebec referendum. The Separatist Party in Quebec could win that election. It's all possible. So, I mean, the balancing of what you do in this key moment, I'm sure the Americans are mindful of that. And if Donald Trump's goal is to, I don't know, annexation through economic ruin or whatever it may be at the end of the day, that's got to play on the minds of the Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, and the premiers, and it's interesting. Some of the analysis I have seen and been shared with by economists and people in the federal government is that a lot of these tariffs really hit Ontario and Quebec quite hard. There are booze bans there. It spares Alberta and Saskatchewan. There are no booze bans there. So this is a very strategic set of focused, targeted tariffs, because you can't do the broad-based ones that the retaliation was for, because those are already tariffed at that 25% level from the initial wave of illegal tariffs that were implemented by the United States. But on the national unity challenges, Quebec right now may be the most targeted economy in the country by these tariffs. So that is a challenge for Premier Frechette as she faces an election on the 5th of October. But you go back to the Alberta situation. Premier Ford said today, we can cripple the Americans if we work together and use our leverage in energy and in potash. That's Alberta, that's Saskatchewan. And neither one of those provinces economically can afford to do that, and politically can afford to do it. And Premier Smith just said a little while ago, forget it, we're not doing that. That has been our position from the beginning. So you see the challenges there in sort of hitting back with the key leverage points that you have, because the Americans have told us they're mad about the booze ban, but they really want our oil, they really want our potash, they really want our critical minerals, and they really want our fish, apparently, based on the exemptions here. So, but that requires really causing extra damage to your economy internally to try to put pressure on them. And with what's happening in Alberta right now, and with the political dynamic in Quebec and the run-up to the election, those are responses that need to be very, very finely calibrated and may not be leverage points that you can safely use.
Yeah, very delicate times indeed, David. Thank you. That is David Cochrane, the host of CBC's Power and Politics. Thank you. All right. We are taking you now back to Charlottetown, where New Brunswick Premier Susan Holt has been speaking to the media following a meeting of premiers today. Let's listen.
Can go and find a producer and a product that they're really interested in. We have a ton of them in New Brunswick, and they can go and make an order and have that product sent directly to them and delivered to them. And so that really helps actually some of our smallest enterprises, for whom getting listed somewhere like in the SAQ in Ontario, in Quebec, or with the Ontario Liquor Commission, that's really challenging. But if you can build a customer base by going direct to that customer and gaining those fans and starting to expand your business, that then gives you the tools to get into places like Ontario. Yeah. We had a good meeting with the Prime Minister, as he has proven to be the case consistently with Prime Minister Carney, particularly in matters of U.S. trade negotiations. The communication is rapid. We get together very quickly. We speak very frankly about the situation. And what we've seen is what I think Canadians have come to know, a Team Canada approach against these unjustified tariffs that are a violation of CUSMA. All of the provinces working together to ensure that we get the best deal possible for Canada. It's clear that we've gotten under President Trump's skin, and as you heard me just suggest, New Brunswickers are buying more Canadian products and Canadian alcohol and New Brunswick alcohol than ever before because they are fiercely loyal and patriotic, and when our country is threatened, we respond. And so we're looking forward to seeing how the negotiations continue, because we've learned a few things about our negotiating partner through this. It's with this president, who is extremely unpredictable, it's not the kind of thing that I put a lot of money on. We have seen this time and time again. Threats of tariffs, then the situation changes. We are looking to protect our CUSMA exemption. We are all on the same page about doing what is necessary for Canada to get the best deal. New Brunswick has a lot of leverage in this circumstance, and we're at these meetings in order to enhance how we work together, right? New Brunswick is the Maritime's energy hub. We deliver energy to our neighbors, both in the U.S. as well as Nova Scotia, PEI, Quebec, and we're building the kind of infrastructure, new nuclear, strengthening our hydro generation in order to support Canada's energy demands, and New Brunswick has the ability to do that. These conversations about how we all work together to strengthen our own economy, how we buy from each other, and to strengthen our relationships with new partners helps give us a better position when we're negotiating against the U.S. That's a good question for the Prime Minister. No, we had a great conversation with the Prime Minister about the conversations that they've had with the U.S. He was obviously just with the President for the soccer, for the FIFA, and so there's been lots of discussions that we're privy to between the Prime Minister and the President, and I'll let him speak to those to you. Ben, on voit qu'on a un partenaire critique pour le Nouveau-Brunswick, mais on a aussi une équipe du Canada qui est toute unie en défense de notre pays, de notre économie, face à ces tarifs qui sont pas justifiés. C'est une violation de l'accord, mais on
talking about tariffs
voit
not
des
being
choses qui est
justified.
clairement quelque chose c'est un ennui pour le président et pour son économie. Alors moi, je
It's a
pense que ça
problem
nous
for
donne
the
un
American
outil
economy.
pour avancer notre objectif d'avoir le meilleur accord possible.
We need the
pour
best deal
le
possible
Nouveau-Brunswick,
for
pour
us,
le Canada,
for New Brunswick,
et
for
d'une
Canada.
façon où nous sommes tous unis. Alors,
We're all united.
on continue le travail, puis
We
on
continue to
apprend
work.
chaque jour c'est où nos atouts, c'est quoi nos avantages, et on
We're
va les
finding out
utiliser.
what our tools are, what our advantages are.
Well, I think the mood reflects certainly what I'm hearing from New Brunswickers and what we're seeing from New Brunswickers. They're really happy with the Canadian products that we have on our shelves. They're buying more New Brunswick and buying more Canadian than ever. We see that kind of patriotism come out in how we cheer for our soccer team and how we support our country when we experience these kinds of threats. And so we have that sense of Team Canada that everyone is prepared to do what we each need to do to support the best possible outcome for our country while we buy more and more from each other and we build that kind of strength at home. And while we see more interest and more opportunity from our other trading partners, that's grown considerably in the last year. And we've been out on the road in other places like India and Belgium and France, seeing those tangible benefits of companies that want to invest in our country and strengthen our position. So I think the mood is good. I think folks are prepared to lean into the things that are an irritant to the president and that he's clearly shown us are an irritant, and to use that to our advantage.
But specifically, I mean, point taken, everything you've said, but where do you go next, right? Not just holding the line on the booze bans, but what's the next bit of retaliation if you have to pull out a bigger weapon?
Well, I don't want to reveal our hand while we're still in negotiation with the U.S. We've certainly seen from this president that a lot can happen in 29 days, and his ability to stick to his own threats is not reliable. So we're going to see how this evolves while our incredible team, folks like Minister LeBlanc, Janice Charette, Ambassador Wiseman, are at the table with the U.S. team every day going forward and assessing their reactions, assessing the tools that we have to apply leverage when it seems like we have a president that is now maybe more in a position to make a deal, and that opens up an opportunity for Canada. It's something that we talk about, absolutely. I mean, I was just sharing how New Brunswick is an energy hub for the Maritimes. We're the place where there's opportunity for new nuclear. There's an opportunity for us to strengthen our ties, but we do sell a lot of energy products to New England. We put gas in their cars, we put jet fuel in their fighter jets, and we heat and cool their homes. And so we know that we have those kinds of tools at our disposal should we need them. Right now, we're watching our trading partner, and we're seeing how they respond to our position at the moment, and learning a lot in the process.
That sounds like a threat. Is it?
A threat to whom?
The U.S. pulling back your energy to some states.
New Brunswick has an incredible opportunity to offer energy to our neighbors. Canada has an incredible amount of resources that we share with the world. And I think, as you've seen, countries around the world are extremely interested in our natural resources, our mineral products, and our energy products. And they're looking for more of those. So we have a lot of options on where we take our valuable natural resources and who we share them with. But I have to say, the U.S. is also a long-time friend, neighbor, and trading partner. And they're going through a blip right now with leadership that has created the kind of instability that is costing Americans. They're seeing the cost of living go up. They're seeing impacts on their own businesses that are negative. And so we want to make sure that we protect our long-term interests with our partner in the U.S. But bottom line, we want to make sure that Canadians are protected and we're getting the best possible deal for our country.
Okay, thanks everybody.
And you've been listening to Susan Holt, the Premier of New Brunswick, speaking at the Premier's meeting in Charlottetown. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg has been listening in from Ottawa. Marina, what did we hear there from the Premier of New Brunswick?
Yeah, Premier Holt saying there's a blip in the leadership in the United States, but saying, you know, overall, America has been a very important neighbor, trading partner. She said that the Premier's had a great conversation with the Prime Minister. We know that Mark Carney did speak with the Premiers virtually this afternoon to give them an update on where things were at after this threat was lobbied at Canada yesterday. Reporters did try to get some more details in terms of what the Prime Minister had said. You know, she said she's not privy to the conversations between the Prime Minister and the President, but she said overall the feeling is that this is a Team Canada approach. She also said it's clear that Canada has gotten under Trump's skin. She said, we've learned a lot about, she said, we learned some things through our negotiating partner, and says, there's not a lot of money in some of these threats. A lot can happen in 29 days. And she said, questions the ability of Trump to stick to his own threats. This kind of lines up with what we've been hearing from other premiers as well as the Prime Minister, this idea that there is this 30-day window, that this threat is out there, but that there is a hope that something can happen in the next month to prevent these 50% tariffs going on tens of billions of dollars worth of Canadian goods. We heard this from Prime Minister Mark Carney earlier today when he said, we will look at all options in terms of how we would respond if they do come into effect. I think that was very pointed, the way he said that. We do also have a statement that we got just a few minutes ago from the Prime Minister's office about the meeting he had with the premiers. I wanted to read a bit of that to you. He says that, he filled them in on the ongoing response to the U.S. tariffs. The Prime Minister underscored that Canada remains ready to engage with the U.S. for the mutual benefit of both countries. The statement goes on to say that Prime Minister Carney commended premiers on the significant steps they have taken together alongside the federal government, and goes on to say that Canada is committed to work relentlessly and take any measures necessary to build our strength at home and to support Canadian workers, farmers, businesses, and families. He underscored that Canada is bigger, stronger, and more prosperous when we are united, saying he looked forward to building on the conviction from those ministers when they meet again on Thursday, which will be an in-person meeting in Charlottetown, where, of course, this will be a major topic of conversation. Andrew.
Yeah, that sure will be. All right, Marina, thank you. CBC's Marina von Stackelberg in Ottawa. We're going to show you the scene live in Charlottetown. We're expecting to hear from Newfoundland and Labrador Premier Tony Wakeham, as well as Quebec Premier Christine Fréchette. We'll bring that to you live.
There's
We are continuing extensive coverage of the latest tariff threats from U.S. President Donald Trump on Canadian exports. They range from dairy and alcohol to even candles and Christmas ornaments. They are set to take effect on August 19th. Prime Minister Mark Carney spoke about the tariffs earlier.
I spoke with President Trump earlier this morning. We agreed to intensify negotiations in the coming weeks, and the team and myself look forward to doing that. As always, Canadians, governments, business, labor will stand together to build Canada strong and to have a trading relationship with our North American partners that benefits everyone.
The Prime Minister also said during that scrum that this latest tariff threat violates the CUSMA trade agreement and that he and Trump will intensify negotiations in the coming weeks. Let's get a couple of industry perspectives on this. For that, we have Tyler McCann, a farmer and the managing director of the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute in Bristol, Quebec, and in the township of Georgian Bay, Ontario, Ashwin Agrawal. He is the CEO of the Canadian Down and Feather Company, two sectors caught up in this tariff escalation. Thank you both for being there. Tyler, we will talk with you first. You've worked as a consultant for farm groups as well as large and small agriculture food businesses. What have you been hearing from them?
So I think there's two things that are at play. First, some skepticism that we may ever see these tariffs come into effect, and also some concern that this really is not justified. If you look at what the United States is saying, they're complaining about things that could easily have been resolved at the negotiating table. There's no need for them to have gone down this road, and so I think we all wonder about what really is driving this U.S. motivation and what can be done between now and 29 days from now to avoid these tariffs coming into effect.
What do you think is driving this motivation, Tyler?
But it's hard to know. It is true that, as they say in the dairy statement the president put out, that we do treat the U.S. dairy TRQ administration differently. We know this has been an issue almost since the CUSMA deal came into effect the first time round. We fought two dispute settlement panels on it. One was kind of a draw, but one we won. And so we know that we're living up to the letter of the law in the agreement, but we also know that the Americans weren't happy that they lost. And so it's not a huge surprise that they're coming back to this again, but we know the Canadian government was prepared to talk about this. I think that they've been public. They've certainly talked to those in the sector about what could be done to address some of the U.S. concerns. But this idea that we're treating the U.S. differently and so that warrants a 50% tariff, that's not true. I mean, many countries maintain many different administrations and sets of rules based on the tariff agreements that they face. And so it really does seem to be justification that they've got for something that they wanted to do for other reasons.
So, as you mentioned, we know that Trump has been targeting Canadian dairy for some time now, but in your opinion, what will be the hardest hit agriculture industry?
Well, if you look across dairy, but wine and spirits and other food products are there, a lot of food is exempt, but we export almost $1 billion worth of distilled spirits into the United States, $750 million about from Ontario. That is valuable product. And as much as Premier Holt said earlier that we're drinking more alcohol, we're also exporting more of some types of alcohol to the United States. And so those are some sectors there that could get hurt. One of the challenges with all of these value-added food products is that these processing jobs, whether or not you're in a distillery or a dairy plant, are the types of jobs that the U.S. has said that they want to move back to the United States. And it's unfortunate, and it's not good for the long-term interest of the country if they turn us back into exporters of raw commodities and take away the value-added jobs that mean so much to the Canadian economy.
Now, the list of targeted goods is lengthy, but a few things have been left off the list. We've been talking about it today: energy, critical minerals, potash. Tell us about how you think the government could be leveraging those essential exports.
Well, I don't think that anyone ever wants to go down this road, and hopefully all of this can be avoided if the right progress is made at the negotiating table. But we know the reason why the U.S. has left fertilizer, potash from Saskatchewan, off the list is because U.S. farmers will feel that pain, and they would deliver that message back to Congress and back to the administration. And so you do have to wonder at what point in time, if we take away that out that they've given themselves, if we say, look, we need to act differently, we need to think about making sure that there's a level playing field so that they can't just pick and choose where it hurts us the most without feeling any pain themselves. Again, hopefully that's avoided. That's not in anyone's interest to be thinking about what an export duty might look like, but U.S. farmers will feel that pain if that level playing field is done and that the tariffs are applied whether consistently across the board.
Do you think that the dairy sector in this country, the supply management aspect of the dairy sector, that it will be somehow weakened in these negotiations?
I think it's important to remember that they are not talking about more access. I think that often we think that they want to tear the whole system down. And what they've really honed in on, and they've honed in on in the language today, is around how we are administering the existing quota. So this is the existing amount of imports that we're supposed to be letting in as part of the deal. In theory, we should be able to fix that without having a big impact on the dairy industry in Canada. We should be able to do that protecting the domestic market by and large. This shouldn't be a big change. We made the concession when CUSMA was first signed and the access was agreed to. So it doesn't need to be devastating. And I think that that's part of why it's so hard to understand how we've got to this point. Because had Canada and the United States got to that negotiating table, I think that there was a relatively easy way to get to a good negotiated outcome without impacting Canadian dairy too much. The problem is we don't have a reasonable negotiating partner.
Tyler, thank you. Tyler McCann in Bristol, Quebec. He is the Managing Director of the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute. So let's bring in Ashwin Agarwal now. He is the CEO of Canadian Down and Feather Company. Appreciate you taking the time, Ashwin. When you heard your products could face a 50% tariff, what was your reaction as a business owner?
It's funny because I don't get away on vacation very often and just came up to Georgian Bay with the family and, just heard this, I think it was a text that came in last night. I think we were expecting the other shoe to drop. I think we knew that something was going to come. I think the U.S. has been threatening this for a while, that there will be more tariffs or if they're not getting what they want. I think it's sort of affecting us a lot. We'll have to see what the actual impact is, but at 50%, the magnitude is so great that it's not something that, one, we can eat, two, that we can pass on to our consumers. And so it's obviously very significant and could affect us quite a bit as an organization, our staff, our partners, our supply chain. And so we'll have to take an assessment of exactly what that is, how long we expect that to last for, and sort of try to figure it out from there.
So Ashwin, yeah, tell me a little bit about that. Is your customer base in the U.S.? And so you're saying that a 50% tariff, if that were to come into place, that just would not be feasible?
It's definitely not feasible. We're very lucky to be supported by Canadians, and a majority of our business is here in Canada. But a significant and growing portion is in the U.S. It's our second biggest market. We've been looking at the threat of these tariffs for quite some time, and trying to find mitigating plans or create mitigating plans. But it's definitely a big portion of our business, significant portion, and 50% is a lot to make it palatable. We don't have margins like that, and our customers are definitely not willing to pay, an additional 50% compared to comparative products, whether it's imported from other places or purchased directly from the U.S.
And Ashwin, we've heard a lot about diversification and attempts to do that. Are there other customers elsewhere where you would be able to sell your products that wouldn't face a 50% tariff?
Yeah, I think over the last year or so, we've been looking at doubling down on Canada, and so our growth in Canada has been great. Canadians have been supporting us as individual consumers buying from us directly. Canadian retailers have been really supporting us and switching their supply chains to Canadian manufacturers, and I think they know that there's a threat of tariffs on U.S. products possibly, and so they want to make sure that their supply chains are good and buy from Canadian manufacturers. And so we've also been looking at diversifying internationally. So we've now launched in Australia, Japan, the UK, and we're looking at other further markets. There are government programs out there, both provincially and federally, that we've been looking at and speaking with our government partners. But we didn't expect 50%. So the need for support or some drastic measures hasn't been that great. And so we've been keeping an eye on it, but not acting too quickly.
Ashwin, it's been really good to speak to you, and hope you're still able to enjoy a little vacation from all this stress, but appreciate this very much. Ashwin Agrawal, CEO of Canadian Down and Feather Company. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Here's a live look at Charlottetown as Canada's premiers meet for their annual summer meeting. Let's listen to Tony Wakeham, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador.
We'll continue to do that.
And so speaking to the announcement that 9 provinces have now signed on to easing up direct-to-consumer sales of alcohol, can you talk a bit about why you agreed to sign on to that from your province's perspective and what that will mean for Newfoundlanders?
Well, I think that that gives us another opportunity for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and it's all about that whole Team Canada. One of the things that have come out of all of this tariff discussions and the imposition of tariffs by the United States is an opportunity for Canada as a country to look both inward and outward. We've started to look inward around what we can do within our provinces. And we've also started to look outward about what Canada has to offer the world. And I think that you're seeing that the Prime Minister has taken a real focus on diversification of our economy and making sure that we have trade with a lot more countries than we currently have had in the past. And I think that's a great step. And coming out of that, I think, when I think whether it's oil and gas industries, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's our lumber industries, our forestry industries, we have what the world needs. So let's not simply, we've always had a great relationship with the United States. I think we need to have that relationship as a trading partner. But I think what you're seeing now is Canada recognizing that it has a lot of value to provide to the world.
Sir, how was your meeting with Premier Frechette, and are you getting closer to the on-air call?
We had a great meeting, discussed a lot of different topics, talked about healthcare, cost of living, and did talk about hydroelectricity development. Again, another opportunity for the country. Not just for our two provinces, but for the country in general. When you think about the electrification of Canada and what we can do together, I think there's a real opportunity there.
There's, pardon me, there's debate among premiers regarding leveraging Canadian energy when it comes to trade negotiations with the U.S. Danielle Smith said not going to happen when it comes to Alberta oil. New Brunswick Premier Susan Holt has left the door open to leveraging the energy in her province to negotiations, possibly cutting off states from certain access to energy. What about your province, and where do you stand in this debate? Are you willing to leverage your province's energy amid negotiations with the U.S.?
Well, we've turned around. We don't export our energy into the U.S. directly right now, which is something we're talking about in negotiations. But at the present time, when I think about our oil and gas industry, for example, the oil and gas off the coast of Newfoundland is interesting because we only export 30% of that goes into the U.S. market. The rest of it, 67% goes to other countries. So we've always had that diversification. Our biggest export into the U.S. market is actually in our seafood industry.
Are you willing to, I guess, cut off the U.S. from any exports?
Well, I don't think it's about cutting anything off. I think it's about taking the approach of the Prime Minister is taking the correct approach. He's talking, he's willing to discuss. We want to talk about protecting CUSMA and working from that. And I think that, we will see how this plays out, but I think the Prime Minister is taking the right approach.
Hi, how was the conversation with Premier Fréchette about Churchill Falls? I gather it was not an important part of your meeting?
Oh no, it was an important part. It was an important part for all of Canada, as I just said. And our negotiating teams are at the table. They're negotiating, and things are moving forward.
Do you think it's possible to get a deal before the Quebec election?
Well, I think it's the negotiations are always part of that negotiations, and I'm not going to negotiate in public. But I do believe that there's a willingness on both parties to come and try to reach an agreement. And, hopefully that can happen. But right now, both teams are still negotiating and we're making progress.
But do you think it's important to get a deal done before a new government is in place?
I think what's important is that we get a deal that benefits Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, but will also see benefits for Quebec. But right now, my focus is on the province of Newfoundland and Labrador and the benefits that we can get from the use of our hydro or electricity opportunities.
I know how important energy exports are to your bottom line. How comfortable are you with the suggestion that they would be great leverage to use in the talks with Washington? And do you trust the federal government and the other premiers to have your back if you're prepared to take that for the team?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, right now, as I just said, our biggest export into the U.S. is our oil and gas, our oil industry, and we're only exporting 33% into the U.S. markets right now. So those companies decide on where they sell their products to, and right now it's 67% are going to other countries.
But are you willing to entertain a thought that maybe as a government you might intervene and offer that up as something that?
Well, I think that's a little early on the conversation-wise. I think right now we're focused on what we can do as a country, identifying those other jurisdictions that can use our products. So it's not about trying to penalize one or the other. It's about making sure that at the end of the day, how do we diversify our economy? I think that's part of what the Prime Minister's been talking about. Now, right now, though, there's negotiations taking place. CUSMA negotiations continue to take place, and I will work with the premiers and the Prime Minister.
But choosing to send them somewhere else is another way of restricting sending them to the U.S.
No, not at all.
There's only so much in the ground.
The markets are looking for our products, whether it's liquid natural gas or whether it's our offshore oil industry. I mean, we have what the world wants. Critical minerals is another example of that. So we're going to continue to diversify our economy and diversify. The U.S. is a great trading partner for Canada. It always has been. Unfortunately, now we find ourselves in a tariff situation. But at the end of the day, I think it also gives us that opportunity, as I just said, to talk about and look at how many new deals have been made, how much new foreign investment has come into the country. So I think the Prime Minister is on the right track.
Final thing, this direct-to-consumer alcohol sales thing, was that difficult for Newfoundland and Labrador to sign on? I understand there could be job impacts in certain places as a result of your decision to join this push.
No, our jobs will not be impacted by that. That won't have an impact on that particular agreement that we signed today.
Why haven't you made a stance, though, whether you would leverage energy in your province? We've seen Smith take a hard line. We've seen Holt take a position as well as leaving the door open. How come you're not? You're kind of straddling the fence here.
Well, I'm not straddling the fence at all. What I'm telling you is the reality of what we produce right now in our oil and gas industry that the products are being 67% are being sold to other countries around the world, and that going into the U.S. is just one market that's there, and the companies themselves are deciding that. So, you know, when it comes to other critical minerals and what we can do and how we can help the country, absolutely we're prepared to work with the country and do what's in the best interest of the country overall.
And you would leverage that?
Well, again, you're asking a hypothetical question that.
And you've been listening to the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador saying that the Prime Minister is talking about diversification, that he's taking the right approach. You've been watching CBC News Network. We're going to continue to have live coverage of the Premier's meeting and the Prime Minister meeting with the Premiers virtually. Coming up live next on Power and Politics with David Cochrane from Charlottetown.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of Power and Politics from Prince Edward Island. I'm David Cochrane, joining you live from Charlottetown, where the country's premiers have all gathered just as U.S. President Donald Trump threatens sweeping new tariffs on Canada.
Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years. I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive.
In less than 30 days, a new 50% tariff takes effect, targeting hundreds of Canadian products worth billions of dollars, even goods that are compliant and fall under the existing CUSMA agreement. It's a major escalation. So, how should Canada respond?
I spoke with President Trump earlier this morning. We agreed to intensify negotiations in the coming weeks. Canadians, governments, business, labor will stand together to build Canada strong.
Prime Minister Mark Carney called into the Premier's meeting today to provide an update as the U.S. ratchets up this trade war. Carney will join the Premiers here in person later this week. Their message to him so far is to not back down. Instead, some want Canada to fight back.
I'm tired of the bully trying to take our lunch money all the time.
There is not a chance in hell that U.S. alcohol is going back on the shelf.
This is the new normal, and we cannot rely on the United States to be a reliable trade partner and stick to the agreements that we've signed with them.
Just ahead, we've got a number of those premiers standing by to tell us where things stand as President Trump throws another grenade at Canada's economy. Power and Politics live from Charlottetown starts right now. Okay, we begin with some other breaking news on the Canada-U.S. relationship. After the new round of punishing tariffs announced by the Trump U.S. administration yesterday, Canada is opting against a joint ribbon-cutting ceremony to mark next week's opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge. In a statement, the Office of Housing and Infrastructure Minister Gregor Robertson said, in light of trade action threatened by the United States earlier this week, it would be inappropriate to proceed with a celebratory event between the two countries. So we've got that. We have other breaking news on the Canada-U.S. relationship, of course, as we come to you live from Charlottetown. Canada's premiers have assembled here this week, the birthplace of Confederation, just as the country comes under fresh attack from U.S. President Donald Trump. The Trump administration has announced a new 50% tariff on Canada that would take effect on August 19th. That gives Canada less than 30 days to negotiate a way out. Now, the tariffs would affect 500 different types of products, everything from booze to cement to hockey sticks, amounting to $28 billion in exports to the United States. The U.S. claims the reason is because of, quote, discriminatory treatment against U.S. alcohol, cars, and dairy products. Prime Minister Mark Carney says he and President Trump spoke today and have agreed to intensify trade talks. Carney also spoke to premiers to give them an update on the situation before he will meet them in person here in Charlottetown later this week. Joining me now is the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby. Premier Eby, always good to see you. Thank you for taking some time.
Glad to be here, Dave.
I understand the federal government, like all governments, are still kind of assessing the full impact of these tariffs. But what is your sense of the state of play in the broader negotiations after getting briefed by the Prime Minister and his people today?
Well, I think there is some hope that we'll be in conversations with the Americans, and that to me has seemed to be the big barrier, that Canada has been willing to engage in the conversations, but there's been nobody on the other end of the phone line.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes this retaliation particularly frustrating. You know, the idea that we have a trading partner with such a deep relationship that's now punishing us for failing to respond to trade negotiations that aren't actually happening. It's confusing, it's bizarre, and it's counterproductive, and it's going to make life more expensive for Americans.
It's a retaliation on a retaliation, right? Which is, I guess, speaks to the nature of where this relationship is right now. But the net effect of it is that it does start a countdown clock, right? The 30 days now at 29 days. And the Prime Minister said he spoke with the President. They've agreed to intensify negotiations. Now, we've seen that before. It didn't lead to a deal. What's your sense of how the federal government is viewing this? I know they see it as an opportunity, but is this the end game, or is this potentially a dead end?
Well, I think, you know, anyone who predicts what the president is going to do is, you know, is on pretty perilous thin ice.
Yeah.
And so from my perspective, I think that the federal government has been on the right track in terms of diversifying our trade relationships and trying to get away from exclusive access and dependency on the United States. Our big win is, as Canadians, what we have is in demand around the world. Every trade mission I go on, people are clamoring, especially now with Iran, to get what Canada has. And so we need to have some confidence in that as Canadians. This is something that we bring to the world that people are excited about. We don't have to exclusively date the United States. And in fact, that's been the mission of the Prime Minister, as far as I can tell, with all the free trade agreements. And what we're trying to follow on with BC through trade infrastructure, through the ports, through trade missions. And that's not to say it's not going to hurt what the president's doing to a lot of families, especially families in manufacturing related to wood with this latest round. So we're going to have to make sure they're protected with that regional tariff fund the feds have. But at the same time, you know, this is our chance to really ensure that we're protected for a generation from being in the same position again. And let's really seize this moment.
Well, look, you're right on that, on the diversification, on the large-scale natural resources, critical minerals, a lot of the big things with energy. But a lot of what was hit today is small-scale manufacturing and areas that's a tougher road for them to diversify. So the micro damage today could be quite significant. A 50% tariff, CUSMA compliant or not, I mean, that could wipe out some small businesses.
Oh, absolutely. There's small and medium-sized businesses that are going to be badly hurt by that. I don't, for any, to any degree, take away from the impact that forest-dependent families have felt in our province, that these firms are going to face. And they're going to need to see the support both from our government and the federal government, both to fight for a fair trade deal with the United States, but also to find other markets for them outside of the United States. And so this is a two-part piece of work, you know, and it was reassuring to me to hear the Prime Minister say, we're not going to do a few small sections of a deal, we're going to do a broad deal.
Do you think the Americans want that, though? They seem to want to pick at each little component of the economic relationship and try to apply leverage. So it takes two to get the comprehensive deal,
but
right?
There's in that choosing those individual sectors and leaving others alone, they're telling us something, which is that those are the sections that they're leaving alone. Those are the sections where we have leverage as Canadians. Those are the things that they need from us. And so we've got to use those sections to bring along the other pieces. That's why a broad deal, why a good deal, why a deal that protects Canadians needs to be across all of these sectors, a broad deal.
So it's my understanding that in the First Minister's meeting today, the Prime Minister said, look, we all have to consider our options for where we could be if at the end of the 29 days there isn't a deal we're all comfortable with. We got to contemplate where we might have leverage. And you think of energy, you think of potash, you think of critical minerals, and even suggesting that the best outcome in this process could be that there is no deal. I mean, how do you view, you know, that sort of assessment that we could be in a situation at the end of this period where there simply isn't a deal and it could have to be more retaliation and retaliatory tariffs, as Premier Ford was talking about today?
Well, I love to think that we could be in a place of trade stabilization and agreement with the president and everybody moving forward. But the reality is we could also be in a place of getting 6-month notice that the CUSMA deal is over. And so we need to prepare for the worst and hope for the best in this scenario. And preparing for the worst means doing that diversification work that we've been doing, making sure that our businesses are supported, and also identifying what are those weapons that we have as a country in terms of leverage in this conversation with the United States. Because at the end of the day, they are not hesitating to deploy their leverage. So what can Canadians bring to the table to get the attention of the Americans? That work in terms of it happening at the federal table has the full support of British Columbia. Premier Ford has spoken about it. I'm in full support of us identifying what are those heavy sticks that we have in the event that we find ourselves in a real all-out brawl with the U.S., which nobody wants. And it's a fight we didn't sign up for, but man, it's a fight we got to be ready for.
Right. So no one, as I understand it, is willing to move on the booze ban of the U.S. Products and bring them back on their shelves, despite the economic damage. I know Premier Holt has a modular home company in New Brunswick that's going to be really hurt by what was announced here today. But nobody's moving off of that. You said today there's no way in hell that American booze is going to go back on the shelves in BC. But Premier Ford said earlier, the points of leverage that you're talking about, it's things like potash, it's things like energy. And he suggested that you could cripple the Americans if you acted in concert on that. But that's Alberta and Saskatchewan, which allow booze on their shelves. And Premier Smith has been very clear in the past year and a bit. Don't use the oil industry there as leverage. Do you get any sense that those positions have fundamentally changed today with this new escalation?
Well, there needs to be a coordinated effort across the country. No one province can carry all the weight here, and we need to make sure that that's the case. But as Canadians, we also need to understand that we can't win this fight with a bully by just giving up and putting U.S. booze back on the shelf. When I said there is no way in hell, there is no way in hell. We are putting the booze back on the shelf because of these movements made by Donald Trump. The only way that's going to happen is through an agreement with the Americans that brings trade stability and supports families in Canada and the United States. And we can get there, but we're not going to get there by giving up as soon as Trump shows up with some more tariffs, because guess what? It's going to happen again.
So the federal government has defense procurement as leverage, which I know is something that was referenced today, and others that they say they're not revealing because they want to keep it in their back pocket as it moves on. We've also learned there's been some changes in sort of the negotiating team, or at least the liaison team, that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is going to play a more frontline role in these conversations. I mean, what is your sense on what that could mean? Does a new entrant into the conversations on a consistent basis, does that maybe show a change on the American side of things?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I don't have enough knowledge of the American administration to know one thing or another about who's at the table and what significance that brings. But what I do know is that I can see, just like everybody else, that Americans are frustrated with the rising cost of living. Today's tariffs are going to make their lives more expensive again, and demolishing CUSMA, if that's where the president's heading, is going to destroy businesses in the United States and hurt Americans as well, while he's going into a sensitive election cycle. So, I think that the opportunity is potentially there for us to resolve this. I hope it is. I am sure this is the president looking for a win, but he's also, to my mind, a wounded animal right now who is lashing out at friends and neighbors for inexplicable reasons. And so it's incredibly volatile, it's totally unpredictable, and if we want predictability for Canadians, if we want reliable economic opportunity, we've got to be looking to other places.
Do you think the federal government, just as a final point, Premier Eby, that Mark Carney could be doing anything differently? You do see the criticism in some circles that Canada needs to get serious, needs to stop dragging its feet, needs to make a deal. My impression has always been the issue is more on the U.S. side, that they aren't necessarily ready to have the serious conversations yet. What is your sense of what the federal side could be doing differently to move this along more quickly?
Well, I mean, you can't negotiate with yourself, and you can try, and we can, give up all kinds of things and try to get the Americans to the table. But I think that would be a huge mistake. If the Americans don't want to have a conversation with us, then we've got to be looking to other places. If they want to have a serious negotiation, I do have the sense the Prime Minister and his team are ready for that. But in the absence of that, it's really hard to fault them when we don't have a trade partner to negotiate with. And that's the absurdity of all of this, is you would think the guy who authored the book, The Art of the Deal, is looking for a deal. We're sitting down at a table. Right. But every impression I have is the complete opposite.
Right, and as we've seen with the bridge, what is a deal worth? I mean, that has a hangover, all of this. Is it not? The Gordie Howe Bridge deal was reopened and renegotiated and re-leveraged. Can you even trust the deal if you get it?
Well, we did get a deal with Kuzma. Prime Minister Trudeau and the President agreed. The President called it the best trade agreement the world had ever seen, and here we are again. So that's why we need to be looking long-term to diversify.
Premier David Eby, thank you for joining us on a busy day and on your birthday. Happy birthday, Premier.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be on your show. What a president.
Thank you, sir. Canada's premiers are gathering in Charlottetown for their planned summer meeting. What wasn't planned was how this latest round of tariffs from President Trump would dominate the agenda.
We will look at all options in terms of how we would respond if they do come into effect. That's part of what we'll be discussing with premiers. Also, in parallel, as I just said, that I'd spoken with the President. We agreed to intensify discussions. We'll begin that right away.
We're joined now by the Premier who convened that meeting as the chair of the Council of the Federation, PEI Premier Rob Lance. Premier, it's good to see you. Thanks for welcoming us here in PEI. You were only supposed to chair one meeting or have one meeting with the Prime Minister. That was Thursday, but you've had this extra one today. What is your sense of where things stand after this briefing from the Prime Minister?
Well, look, it's still early. The good news is that the premiers are all here in Charlottetown, gathered here. Whether the timing's coincidental or not, I don't know. But the good news is we're all here. The Prime Minister will be arriving tomorrow, and we'll all have an opportunity to continue this conversation and learn more about how we intend to tackle this as a country. But the Prime Minister gave us a good overview of where we stand, but the bottom line is this is just the next in a series of unwarranted, unjustified tariffs on this country. And look, I know that the federal government has made comprehensive proposals to resolve this dispute in the past, and they've been denied or ignored or otherwise not accepted. This could be an opportunity to put everything back on the table, and everything should be on the table. So, look, we can look at this as an opportunity as much as a threat.
Well, this is what I was wondering, because my understanding is that the Prime Minister told the premiers that they're still analyzing the full impact of these tariffs at the national level. Chemicals, plastics, furniture, and electronics are acutely hit. But what this does, in effect, is it starts a countdown clock on talks. And the Prime Minister said that if you don't have an agreement at the end of the 29 days, the premiers have to think about what their options might be, and that could include everything up to retaliatory tariffs. Is that an accurate assessment of what the briefings were, and where do you think it might go?
Sure, but over the next 30 days, we've got to be united. We've got to show strength. We've got to show resolve to get this settled. If not, then we've got to have a strategy that we all agree on to hold some leverage over this situation, and that's part of the conversation. So, but right now, Canadians expect us to show a united front. They expect us to protect workers, fishers, farmers, businesses, and look. What I've heard today is that the provincial territorial premiers of this country are in lockstep with the federal government to protect the interests of Canada. But what we've done is responded over the past 12 months or more by strengthening our economy and diversifying our trade, and we'll continue to do that throughout the rest of this process.
Right. So the Prime Minister has said in the past that no deal is better than a bad deal. And as I understand it, there was a suggestion in the meeting today that the best case scenario in these talks could be that there is no deal. I mean, how do the premiers feel about that? That even with this threat of the imposition of new tariffs, we could still be at a point after more than a year of this with Donald Trump that we could be at a point where there is no deal at the end of the 29, 30-day countdown we're in.
Well, look, you're right that no deal is better than a bad deal, and so we'll endure this as long as we have to come out the other side of it. But we are in lockstep. We are united and showing strength to get through this the best we can. Look, I look forward to having the Prime Minister here so that we can continue this discussion. I've heard it described that this came out of the blue yesterday. There's a lot of talk about this upending the entire agenda here at our Council of the Federation meeting. I don't think that's the case. We're going to continue with our agenda, but this is certainly going to be a big topic of discussion.
But one of the things I think the Prime Minister said is that the country needs to consider where they might have leverage. And we heard someone like Doug Ford today, when speaking earlier, saying we could cripple the Americans if we all worked together and cut off energy and did things like potash. Do you think there's an appetite to go to that level if that's what it takes? Because I know, there are 2 provinces, Alberta and Saskatchewan, that sell American booze, and that's in energy. Those are the energy and potash provinces to a large scale.
Well, we hope it doesn't come to that, David. It's going to be interesting over the next 30 days to see how this plays out. I think there's certainly an incentive on the American side to get this settled. We all know that there's deadlines like the midterm elections that are very significant, and that may be part of the impetus for this coming to a head at this point. So, as I said, I think there's reason to look at this as an opportunity as much as a threat. But we'll look at what sort of leverage we have if it doesn't play out the way that we would like it to.
Right. Well, they're intensifying negotiations, so that's, I guess, where the opportunity comes in. But we have seen that before after the G7 in Canada-U.S. and it didn't get to a deal. One of the things the Prime Minister said today in a scrum in Ottawa was that he wants a comprehensive deal. He said, we don't want a partial agreement. But sort of the tactics we're seeing from the Trump administration is to peel away little bits of the trade relationship and try to exploit leverage there. Do you think the U.S. wants a comprehensive agreement, or do they want a series of side deals where they can maximize their leverage as much as possible?
They should want a comprehensive agreement, and but as far as we're concerned, like if we were to capitulate on on the latest justifications for these tariffs, and it just leaves us where we were yesterday with all of the sectoral tariffs in place. It gets us nowhere. So that's not an option. We've got to put everything on the table. The Prime Minister has said that we'll enter in negotiations in good faith, but everything has to be on the table, and an entire list of tariff-related issues, not just those that have sparked these 338 tariffs. So I think, again, this is an opportunity to resolve more than just what's been presented to us here yesterday.
So as a final point, Premier, when the First Ministers all look at what might be opportunities for leverage, I know the federal government, for example, they could use defense procurement. This is something they have talked about. They're doing a review of the F-35s. We seem to make other moves to buy things from other countries. Where do you think the country can go on a leverage point without this turning into even more of a circular firing squad than this trade war already is?
Well, there are options, and the Prime Minister did outline some of them. One of those, defense procurement, is obviously one that's been talked about publicly, but I think there's some that you need to keep in your back pocket. The Prime Minister alluded to some of them without giving us too much detail, because I think that's something you keep in your pocket until the time is right. So that was discussed, but I think in negotiations like this, it's better to keep your cards tight to your chest, and I think that's a good strategy.
Were you expecting to chair a Council of the Federation meeting like this one with everything that's happened? We landed at the airport yesterday, turned on our phones and saw all the news.
It's not exactly what I expected, but look, as I said, we're going to fulfill our entire agenda here. We've got a lot of important things to think about. This is certainly going to take up a little more time than we expected, the whole trade and U.S. relations part of our agenda. And but again, I still insist on viewing this as an opportunity. How it plays out over the next 30 days, nobody knows, but I think as long as our 13 premiers and our federal counterparts are united and we've got a strategy that uses all the leverage we've got, then you've got to see potentially some light at the end of the tunnel.
Rob Lance, Premier of Prince Edward Island, Chair of the Council of the Federation. Always appreciate the time.
Thanks very much, Dave.
U.S. President Donald Trump was asked today about this new 50% tariff against Canadian goods and what's behind it.
Are those a response to the wildfires in?
No. That's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah. Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive.
Well, for more on why the Trump administration is doing this now, I'm joined by the CBC's Katie Nicholson, who is in Washington. So, Katie, what else are we hearing from the White House on this?
Nothing really new from yesterday, David. It is still being framed very much in line with the same way it was presented to us yesterday, which is this is all about unfair trade practices that Canada has sort of taken up. We heard that kind of braggadocio Trump language there. Canada needs us to survive. Beyond that, there's no way that Canada can survive without us. So again, that kind of rhetoric, right? That kind of swagger. It's the kind of stuff that biographers write about in his real estate years. Very on brand. But really nothing new there from the Oval Office. We also heard today from the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. And again, he also repeated a lot of the same points that we heard yesterday, right? That Canada was only one of two countries that retaliated against those first slew of tariffs on the administration, and the retaliatory measure that they really wanted Canada to relax or remove. Just the needle hasn't moved enough to the U.S.'s liking. So, you know, there is some overbroad lumping together here of some of the Canadian response as well, implying that it's Canada writ large, I guess, federally that pulled American liquor from the shelves, as opposed to individual provinces when you listen to Jameson Greer talk. And you might argue it's that could be a little tone deaf, and, you know, you think about the Canadian appetite for American products right now. That certainly has diminished in all of this. But aside from all of that, the most important nugget I think that we really were able to glean today from Greer is that despite this threat of new tariffs, and in part given and these are Greer's own words, sort of the firm but moderate tone of Prime Minister Carney's response. The lines of communication are still very much open, right? That is sort of the thing to hold on to here. Talks have not been cut off, or talks such as they are have not been cut off. And just to reiterate, we heard a little bit of that there. We heard from the Oval Office that point on the threats around some sort of an additional tariff tied to wildfire smoke. That is not necessarily off the table. Trump saying that is something they are still looking at, if you heard him there, separately. So as this pressure campaign continues, there is still the idea that another shoe could drop.
Yes, retaliate against retaliation and then sanction and tariff because of climate change and wildfires. It's a remarkable time. Look, Katie, you've also been speaking to U.S. lawmakers to get their reaction to these 50% tariffs. Well, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, it was a little harder to engage Republicans on this today. Representatives I spoke with were sort of towing the Trump line. There is trust that the Trump administration is trying to just make the best deal for the U.S. I did try to push them on what that might mean for the Canada-U.S. relationship, or their concerns about that. Not necessarily, I didn't exactly get an answer on that. I also heard some GOP hopes expressed that these issues in the latest round of tariffs around dairy, automotive, alcohol, there is hope that this could all be mostly worked out before they would ever be enacted in the next 29 days, should that happen. While Democrats sort of ran the gamut from being puzzled by some of the line items in the list to sort of talking about the distinct possibility that House Democrats might launch a legal challenge against these new proposed tariffs. So here's a little smattering of what I got today from the Rayburn Building.
Look, Canada is a good ally. They can't get cars without us. We can't make cars without them. So, you know, I'm supportive that we should work through this.
Well, President Trump's been working on making our trade system fairer and better for the American people.
It's absolutely crazy. Canada's our dear friend, big ally to the United States, and this president continues to try to pick on our ally who's right next to us, who have stood with us all through this time with a ridiculous attempt to put a tariff that has not been in place in the manner of which he's trying to do it since the 1930s. He told us it was the best trade agreement in the history of the world.
So imagine that. I'm confused by Donald Trump.
So is Gregory Meeks there, the representative who led that successful effort from the House to overturn the fentanyl emergency tariffs. And so he expressed to me again, how important it is for Congress to sort of snatch back power of the purse on these matters and stand up to the executive branch. He said that their lawyers are taking a look at this, that it may be necessary to launch another court challenge and try to challenge these 338 provisions. Although I will tell you, David, our bureau, we've been talking to an awful lot of trade lawyers, and they do tell us that this sort of provision appears to be a little bit more sturdier than the IEEPA sort of tariffs that did crumble under court challenges.
Okay, we'll see where that one goes. But it's interesting. This was in the Smoot-Hawley legislation, which was the tariff legislation from 1930 that helped bring on the Great Depression. So we'll see if they want to stick with that. Katie Nicholson in our Washington bureau, thank you so much. So look, there's a virtual meeting with the Prime Minister and the Premiers here in Charlottetown, but also with the Prime Minister's Canada-U.S. Economic Relations Advisory Committee today. They got an update from the Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade, Dominic LeBlanc. And one of the members of that committee who is here to give us his update is former leader of the Conservative Party, Aaron O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole, good to see you, sir. Thank you for taking some time.
Good to see you, David.
Well, what's your sense of where things stand based on everything you were told in private and everything we've heard in public?
Well, what I said yesterday when we heard this latest sort of tariff surprise eruption was to stay calm and carry on. The old British adage from the war. That's what we have to do. You know, there's 30 days where this will be discussed. There's a sense that this could be the president's posturing ahead of real negotiations where he wants to impose a ticking time bomb that we have to negotiate against. So the best thing we can do is just stay calm, talk about the areas where the U.S. economy is suffering and they're seeing the costs go up, inflationary pressures, show that we're a strong partner on certain things like defense and other cooperation, and then go in for a stronger deal. So just don't overreact. It is frustrating, no question about it. You know, as a Gen Xer, I remember the clip from Ferris Bueller's Day Off about the Smoot-Hawley tariffs and how they deepened the U.S. recession or depression, as you said. So maybe we need to do a special screening of Ferris Bueller's Day Off at our embassy in Washington, David, to remind people that tariffs make things worse. They don't make things better.
That is the scene in the classroom. Bueller, anyone. And that was Ben Stein, a staunch Republican, was the actor playing the teacher in that. So there you go.
Exactly.
You're the same age. But you say keep calm, find areas you can work together on and go in and get a stronger, better deal. The Prime Minister said today they want a full comprehensive deal. They don't want a series of partial agreements. That takes both parties, or certainly three parties with Mexico, who are not the problem here, for that to happen. I mean, every indication, if you look at the way the United States is approaching this, is they're peeling off every aspect of the economic relationship and try to, like, side letter it and use their leverage. So, like, do you truly believe the Americans want a comprehensive trade deal at the end of this process?
I do think they want that. If you actually speak, and you heard in the piece before some of the Republican members of Congress trying to, you know, not challenge things too much, but they're not trying to challenge the president either. You speak to U.S. supply chains, auto industry and others, they don't like the disruption. They don't like the added costs. They've learned that supply chain resilience is one of the lessons from COVID. So taking Canadian suppliers or Mexican suppliers out of that makes things more uncertain. You know, the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer was on media this week talking about how standing up to China has been a way that tariffs have worked. Well, those are the 232 tariffs. And what those intended to do was to replace cheaper Chinese use of transship steel and aluminum. So even when he's making the case, he's kind of talking about raising prices. So you add to that the war in Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, and there's no way the president cannot avoid being at the epicenter of the cost of living crisis that voters in many of those swing districts coming into the midterms will face. So I actually think there's just as much pressure on the administration to get a deal, David, as there is on us. So I think we're the smaller party. It's harder for us to stay, you know, strategically patient, but that's what I think we have to do over the next month.
Yeah, at the macro level in the United States, the artificial intelligence boom has sort of masked some of the hits of this. The stock market stays high, the GDP stays high, but the affordability challenges for a president who ran on affordability and the Iran challenge for a president who ran on no foreign wars, those certainly loom large. But we have a situation here now, Mr. O'Toole, where the premiers are trying to figure out how they should respond to this. I know in the conversation with the Prime Minister, David Eby raised the what is it we can say to sort of support the federal position, and Doug Ford is very publicly saying we got to hit back, we got to go dollar for dollar if it comes to this. I know you've spoken against that in the past, but the Prime Minister did urge the premiers in this meeting that we need to think about where our leverage points are, because we have to prepare for the possibility of no deal that is acceptable at the end of this 30-day process. So if you can't go dollar for dollar because of the imbalance of the economies, where do you get leverage against the United States?
Well, two things there, David. I recall coming on your show right after I joined this Economic Council to help the Prime Minister and Mr. LeBlanc with the way forward with the United States. And the one thing I said at the time was the Prime Minister needs to be the quarterback. And Premier Ford should work with the quarterback. We don't need any unilateral action right now. And that's why we say stay calm, stay on target, work with the Prime Minister and the team, including Janice Charette, Mark Wiseman, our ambassador in Washington, to make sure that we're united and smart. And the path to what the areas of challenge for the U.S. will be are straightforward, David. What did he exempt in this latest round of now the 338 tariffs? You know, he's finding ways that he can find almost 100-year-old legislative reference so that he can try and have power that Congress really hasn't given him. Exempting energy, exempting critical minerals, potash, all these sorts of things is a sign that there's elements of the North American economy that they desperately need. He's trying to lure more investment for aluminum. There's also been talk about the shortages of aluminum in recent months. So I think there's ways that we can remind the Americans that we have these critical resources, these critical metals, these critical minerals, as we negotiate towards a comprehensive deal. So let's not get ahead of things, and let's make sure, given the pressure here, that no one goes off half-cocked. We have to go through the Prime Minister and have a Team Canada approach on this.
Well, to continue your quarterback analogy, though, Mr. O'Toole, Doug Ford tried to call a bit of an audible when he spoke to reporters today, and he did say that Canada could cripple the United States if we used our energy reserves, our energy resources, and our potash resources as leverage against the United States, something Danielle Smith and Scott Moe have emphatically said, no way. Yes, you're right that they've told us what is bugging them by complaining about booze and what they are reliant on with the exemptions. But if the key provinces will not get on board with using those exempted areas as leverage, how do you get them?
Well, that's why we don't need 10 different plans coming from the premiers who will disagree, because you really can't be talking about the resources of another province. That's why we've got one quarterback, like stick there. The way we do this is flip it on its head, David. We can give the U.S. special first right of refusal on critical minerals as a first supply as we develop them, for example. This has been talked about going back to really the end of the first Trump administration. The Biden administration had Inflation Reduction Act provisions allowing American investment in Canadian resources. So there's ways we can highlight these critical aspects of the Canadian economy that help the U.S., as opposed to trying to undermine things. We've got time to negotiate. Let's not overreact. The North American economy is strongest when it's optimized. It's been optimized for 50 years by having a Canada-U.S. and later a Mexican supply chain. Let's not lose sight of that. You talk to U.S. employers, you talk to the big U.S. automakers, that's what they want. So I'm confident we can get a deal. And we can also showcase the major changes in the last year on defense. We're meeting our 2%. We're doing more in the Arctic, certain things that the Americans were complaining about in the past that just aren't relevant today.
Aaron O'Toole, we appreciate you squeezing us in with a busy day with the council meeting, and we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, David.
All right, still ahead, is the United States just trying to score more concessions from Canada with these latest tariffs? Coming up, we've got the Power Panel here with their take on the move and how this Canadian government and the provinces should respond to it. U.S. President Donald Trump is threatening a new 50% tariff on $28 billion worth of Canadian goods. It comes as the premiers gather in Charlottetown, where they'll meet face-to-face with Prime Minister Mark Carney later this week. So how do they think Canada should respond? Well, that depends on which premier you ask.
If these talks fail in 29 days, we need to hit them back as hard as we can. I'm tired of the bully trying to take our lunch money all the time. We always seem to be on our back heels. We need to be on the offense.
The ultimate goal isn't to counter tariff and further weaken the North American economy. The ultimate goal is to get to a renewed agreement, a trade agreement that is going to build and ensure that our North American economy is more competitive moving forward than maybe it is today with the uncertainty that we're facing.
There is not a chance in hell that U.S. alcohol is going back on the shelf in British Columbia. And I'm proud of that, and I know the British Columbians support that. And the idea of the president that he can bully us into whatever he wishes is incorrect.
Time now for the Power Panel. With us today, we've got Michelle Cadario, who is Deputy Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Paul Martin. Lisa Raitt is a former Conservative Cabinet Minister. Nathan Cullen is a former NDP MP and a BC NDP Cabinet Minister. And Rob Benzie is the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star. It is good to see you all. Hello from beautiful Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Lisa, I'm going to start with you because you sent me a text on June 23rd. Nearly a month ago. Have you read up on Section 338 tariffs? New ones never use the worst of them. And here we are. So are you collaborating with the Trump administration or are you just really smart? Well, what's your thoughts on where we are now?
I wish I could actually use that as a way to make money in life, but I can't. I just follow very carefully what they're saying in the United States, and they started bubbling out with this Section 338 stuff probably in May and June. Caught my attention. Candace Lang as well at the Chamber of Commerce in Canada. She noted it too, I think, in a couple of interviews. And it's just because it was swinging for the fences, and it makes sense that Mr. Trump would want to try to do something that no other president had done before, especially since he can just put it into effect with an executive order and 30 days later. And the last part, David, he can actually put tariffs on things that aren't being complained about as being discriminatory. So he can say, you're discriminating against me on booze, but I'm going to tariff dairy as a result, or I'm going to tariff furniture, or I'm going to tariff something else like that. It's a very broad-based kind of tariff that he's using this time.
Right, and so here we are, and Michelle, the net effect of it is, well, he keeps his unprecedented action streak alive, this president does, but there's a countdown clock now ticking before they get implemented and an agreement to intensify negotiations. So could this be the end game, or is this another dead end? What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, I think that there's always a third option with Trump as well, right? Like, let's not pretend that it's going to be a binary choice about what 29 days from here now means. Because who knows what situation we'll be in 2 days with him. And so, you know, I think, you know, the other thing I'm curious about is, did the agreement to intensify talks happen before or after he decided to use these arcane kind of never-before-used tariffs that he found in some dusty textbook? So, you know, all very interesting. I think for sure the government and the Prime Minister has indicated that they're going to, you know, step up the talks. I don't think that there was ever any kind of slowdown on our part or any kind of unwillingness to talk. I think it's about, you know, is it going to be substantive? Are they actually going to be addressing the things on the table? Or is it just going to be a series of demands that they're going to make of the government? And I think it's been quite clear, you know, yes, the premiers all kind of might have had slightly different things to say, but nobody was talking about just bowing down to Donald Trump in any way. You know, certainly Premier Moe said that we want to get a deal. Absolutely, we want to get a deal. David Eby would absolutely agree with that. And so I think it's all nuance. And, you know, I think that the core mistake that, you know, Trump is making is on this booze issue that so drives him crazy, clearly, is you can put it on any shelf, but are Canadians actually going to buy it after this behavior? And so it's, but anyways, next 30 days are going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, Nathan. On that, I know there was a push kind of running up to the Christmas holidays in some provinces to put booze back on the shelf from the American supply, and the money they made would go to charity. And what I'm told from my friends back home in Newfoundland and Labrador is people bought things like bourbon, but the wine and stuff, it's all just sitting there. People have moved on, they found new products, and the boycotts are going to still continue. So you have this, none of the provinces are backing down on the booze ban, and they're all looking at options for how you can retaliate and escalate should this 30-day countdown clock fail. What are your thoughts on where we are and what everyone's considering?
Well, for both Americans and Canadians, I hope this is a taco. I hope this is something that Trump will chicken out of 3 times fast, because this is the nuclear option. Like, this act that he's relying upon from a century ago caused a global recession in the middle of a stock market crash. It made everything worse. It dropped global trade by 65%. Global trade, not just American trade. And who was hurt most were Americans. So if Trump is looking, either he's just given up on the midterms, like he's just decided we're going to lose. He's tried to rig the map. He's tried to cheat his way through. And that's partly working, but not fully enough. But he's started a war and he's driving up the cost of living. These are the two things that he came in on saying he wouldn't do. The trouble for Mr. Carney, you asked Aaron this, what leverage do we have? As you said, they described the leverage by what they left out of this, which is energy and potash and critical minerals. Those are the things that have leverage for Canada. What'll be challenging for Carney is if we get to that point, if they actually invoke this thing in 29 days' time, Canada is going to need some leverage. Can he keep the premiers together and say, we're going to have to do some counter tariffs, we're going to have to take our own pain? Because making concessions to try to get your way to a good deal at the end, I don't know if anyone believes that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, they have spelled out what they still need and where they will be vulnerable, but the premiers of Saskatchewan and Alberta said, don't you dare. These things are off the table. So this is a challenge, but still, and Rob, I'll bring you in after this, because Ontario Premier Doug Ford says Canada should do some of these things and should respond with dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs should President Trump act on this new threat. And Ford today suggested going much further than that. Have a listen.
That's why we can't roll over. We have to hit back. We have to, rather than be on our back heel, as I said, we have to go forward, take the offense. We are an energy powerhouse, and we could dismantle the U.S. if we wanted to, if we all work together. No matter if it's the electricity, and I'm not speaking for the other provinces, I'm going to be very clear. The potash, the oil, we're their #1 customer in the world.
So, Benzie, them's fighting words from Premier Doug Ford. That's not quite matched, let's face it, by any other premier here. Like, they want to stand firm, but no one is talking about necessarily going that far, and Alberta and Saskatchewan say no way. Just what are your thoughts on where Doug Ford finds himself and how the premiers are reacting to it?
Well, I mean, I don't think that Mr. Ford has been inconsistent. I mean, remember a year and a half ago, he said the same thing, David, and Ontario supplies the electricity to 1.5 million Americans in 3 U.S. states. And Mr. Ford threatened to shut that down. Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, was on the phone so quickly in a panic because Mr. Lutnick was, a new cabinet member. He didn't realize that didn't mean the lights would go out in New York City, but he was very scared. And I think they do respond to they did this kind of action. What made them angry about Doug Ford before? The ads, the Ronald Reagan ads that the Ontario government ran in the United States that were very effective, frankly, because they clearly got under Trump's skin. Mr. Trump is in political trouble domestically. There's a new YouGov poll out today, David, that he's at 36% approval. He's underwater. And gasoline prices have gone up 15% in 1 week. It's now an average of over $4 a gallon in the U.S. And that's one of those numbers that sticks in people's craw. The midterms are going to be unkind to his party, the Republicans. He may not care. He's a lame duck. He's an 80-year-old lame duck who will not be running again in 2028, whatever he says on Twitter. So I think he is flailing, and I think I agree with what Jason Kenney was saying earlier on and what our friend David Frum has said repeatedly. And Mr. Frum, of course, follows the scene very closely for The Atlantic in the U.S., time is on our side in the sense that we can wait this administration out. It's going to be difficult, and there are going to be some sacrifices. The 100,000 hockey sticks that we send to the United States that are made of wood, that are the ones that are covered in this one, made in Brantford. That's not good for the company in Brantford, Ontario, that makes those hockey sticks. They're going to need help from the government, and as our other small businesses are going to be wounded by this. But I don't think that there's an appetite for capitulation.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises that are surgically targeted and extremely vulnerable from this round of tariffs if they come into effect as 50%, even if you're CUSMA compliant. That's a devastating level. Look, I want to get a fresh tape in, and this is from Quebec Premier Christine Fréchette, who spoke moments ago about this idea of cutting off electricity to the United States. The vast hydro resources Quebec controls obviously at play here. Here's what the Quebec Premier had to say.
Would you be willing to cut off any hydroelectricity exports to the U.S. Or any other energy exports to the U.S.?
Personally, I'm not there. I want us to negotiate at the table, and we'll see in 30 days where we will end up. but I'm not considering nowadays using energy as a retaliatory measure.
Nowadays, though, so is that it's an option on the table, it sounds like?
Not to date, no. It's not an option for me.
But
We'll see where we end up at the end of August.
Okay, so Lisa, that's Premier Frechette there. Daniel Smith earlier said we don't want our energy used as leverage. Scott Moe, we got an interview coming up with him. He says the same thing about energy and potash. So if the key leverage points that have been identified aren't available to the Prime Minister without enormous domestic blowback, how do you do it?
You go back to the table like they were prior to October of last year and exchanging proposals on what we want to accomplish in a comprehensive trade deal. It's not a case where we're threatening one another consistently. First principles, David, the United States has made it clear to the world that they are renegotiating every trade deal that they're part of, and that part of their toolkit is to have a tariff. The question is, how much of a tariff does Canada want to pay? We're not going to be able to get what we had expected in terms of CUSMA to have free trade on absolutely everything. What's the number going to be? That is the negotiation that we should be having at this point in time. And I think that's the negotiation that Janice Charette and that Dominic LeBlanc are seized with, quite frankly. Let's not let these 29 days go to waste because we're trying to figure out whether or not our premiers are going to have a bun fight at the end. I don't like this line of discussion whatsoever. Let's focus. And those small and medium companies, they're not going to hang around waiting to figure out whether or not we can hold on for another 3 years of Donald Trump. They're going to make their decisions today financially as to whether or not they're going to close up shop or move to the United States. I mean, these are serious matters, and we got 29 days to fix this. And I say we make a good shot at it and forget about the rest. Forget the noise. Stop making political points on this stuff.
Right. Okay, Michelle, before I get to you, I do want to set it up with this clip from Prime Minister Mark Carney, who made the point that they're not going to waste these 29 days, or at least are hoping not to, because he spoke to Donald Trump this morning, and they've agreed to intensify the negotiations. Have a listen to the Prime Minister.
This is part of a negotiation, so the first objective is to get a comprehensive agreement that benefits, obviously, both countries, that's consistent with CUSMA, CUSMA as it is and CUSMA as it will be, and we'll work towards that. But in parallel, when I say we will do whatever it takes and keep all options, obviously, it's a comprehensive point.
Okay, so that the Prime Minister, they're making it clear they're going to do these negotiations. And Michelle, one little bit of news that the Prime Minister shared with the Premiers in the briefing, or so I am told, is that on the American side, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been deputized as sort of the point person on this now. He'll be assisted by Jameson Greer and Howard Lutnick, but Bessent, a successful, serious business guy, is going to be the point person on this. Just what are your thoughts on what the Prime Minister said and where this could go?
Well, you know, I think that the Prime Minister's tone is exactly as it should be. You know, he's not the one who's going to be offering idle threats or trying to hypothesize if they don't do this or that. That's not him. That's not how he conducts himself. He's had a conversation with the president now, and you know, if there are added resources from the administration that are now going to be at the table as well, perhaps that's a good sign that they're actually serious about it. You know, but I think that he's also not going to be trying to stifle the conversation that the premiers are having. And, you know, first, it's their right to do so, but also it does, you know, having those kind of voices kind of lets the Americans know that people aren't just ready to roll over necessarily, and that there are people who, you know, the Prime Minister actually has to manage, who have some very, very strong opinions about retaliation. And so, you know, it's not just that, you know, he has to manage some stuff on the domestic side as well. And that kind of has to be taken into consideration at the table, too. So, you know, I think it's a little bit of a window, perhaps, into the Canadians' minds and souls. And, you know, I suspect that Doug Ford does speak for a whole bunch of people who are just frustrated. And no more so than the people that Lisa was talking about in terms of the small businesses who probably aren't just frustrated but very scared about what's going to happen and just what's at jeopardy for them and their families.
You know, Nathan, one of the things the Prime Minister told the Premiers today, again from my sources, is that he had anticipated that at some point Donald Trump would put a clock on this, either by formally notifying that they were pulling out of CUSMA, the sort of 6-month clock, or a mechanism like this, that you have the tariffs now with a 30-day countdown clock going on it. I mean, is this a sense that maybe this could be moving to the end game for good or for bad on this, that maybe we find out if there's hope of actual progress and a comprehensive deal, or if it's just this is a dead end with the United States and we've got to adapt to whatever it is we're left with post-Trump?
I'd like to remind us all that the deals that Trump has signed, he hasn't respected. As the U.S. representatives were saying, Trump called this trade agreement that he wants to rip up the best deal in history. He's not a reliable or rational person. One hopes that the impact on American consumers would be motivating to him. Obviously not. He's threatening to make life more expensive for Americans, more destructive for their businesses who trade with Canada. To Lisa's earlier point of just getting to the table and getting to a good deal and accepting the tariffs, I think the use of threats may be part of the reason we get to that table with a better deal than we otherwise would have. Power respects power. Trump has shown himself consistently to not really respect when we make concessions, which we've made many, and he has made none. So to this point, let's just respect if you want to use that term, the way that this guy conducts business. And he wants to be muscular. He wants to be defiant. He doesn't want to follow logic. I think he needs to be threatened in order to arrive at whatever deal we get to, with the asterisk being that deal probably isn't worth much, not even the paper it's written on, because he doesn't respect the deals he made with Europe or any of the Asian countries. So you can tell I'm frustrated because we follow a logic that says we need a deal, we're going to have to accept some tariffs, and we shouldn't upset him. We should make concessions to him. We should not upset him in any kind of way. And there's a piece of me that thinks, absolutely not. Like, enough's enough. I can't believe I'm agreeing more with Ford. I think Eby is following into this track as well. And I think there are some others around that table that are saying we have to be able to show a little bit more spine here and say to Americans, American voters, American governors, look, this guy is consistently doing you damage. We're your friends. And as Eby said, if you can't find a friend in Canada as Americans, this has got to be a lonely world for you, because we're your best friends and we have been for centuries. It's deeply frustrating because these ties that bind our two countries together are being consistently weakened and in some cases unraveled by an idiotic president who does not pay attention to any logic or any briefings that he gets. And I don't trust dissent to do this. Look through this guy's business career. He's a billionaire investor. Are we going to say that he's going to have these industries at heart? Or is this just going to be a financial play for him and his friends in the inner billionaire circle around Trump's cabinet? I wouldn't want to bet on that as an outcome, personally.
Yeah, Benzie, look, I get Nathan's frustrations, right? I mean, you listen to what Jameson Greer said last week in Aspen, I think it was, saying that, no, Canada gets no credit for any of the concessions they've done. They made bad decisions. They made a bad situation. You don't get credit for cleaning up your mess. So even as you give things to them, as they make the demands, it doesn't even get you to even with them, or barely get you to even with them. And, you know, as Nathan says, how do you trust them to do a deal when we saw the Gordie Howe deal was ripped up and changed this week? I mean, there's a whole trust issue there that even if you get through this crisis, another one could just be around the corner.
Exactly, David. And this is the conundrum. And I understand it is very tough. Mr. Carney has a very difficult balancing act. You've got premiers with competing interests. Understandably, I understand why Danielle Smith and Scott Moe are saying what they're saying. I also understand what Doug Ford, whose economy here in Ontario is deeply reliant on trade with the U.S. Ontario alone is the #1 trading partner of 17 U.S. states, as the premier is fond of saying. So we are a trade-dependent jurisdiction, and we need, we want the Gordie Howe Bridge opened. We wanted it opened a month ago, and we made concessions to get it open. But to Nathan's point, I'm not really sure what did we get for the concessions that we made. As you were saying, David, Jameson Greer said that in Aspen that we don't get any credit for. So why would we make any more concessions? I mean, why would we put booze back on our shelves? I mean, they don't. If they're not going to be good traders, good negotiators, then what is the point? I mean, it is frustrating, and our economies are entwined. I thought, though, that Mr. Trump maybe saying that Canada, we wouldn't survive without the U.S. I mean, It's easy to say that, I guess. I think Canadians are a lot more resilient, and I wouldn't underestimate Canadians. We're very polite in this country, but we're also pretty firm. And I don't think Canadians like to be pushed around. I don't care whether you're a New Democrat, a Liberal, a Green, a Conservative, or whatever. I think that most Canadians will rally to their leaders, regardless of political stripe, in this kind of faced with this kind of a threat.
So Lisa, how do you try to move past these trust issues, right? Because the Prime Minister said today they don't want piecemeal arrangements, they want a comprehensive agreement, but everything the Americans have done has suggested they want to identify, certain aspects of the economy and apply leverage against it. And on the Gordie Howe Bridge, we have an update now that because of this tariff move, a ribbon-cutting ceremony with Canada and the U.S. on Friday. The Canadian side is not going to participate in it. They still expect the bridge to open on Monday, but they're not going to do a celebratory event. And then, so it kind of underscores that corrosive erosion of everything in this relationship. So how do you move back past the trust deficit, Lisa, and try to get something done here?
I believe that there are still good relationships between the two entities that are having discussions with one another. So Greer and LeBlanc and Charette and her counterpart are having ongoing discussions. Look, here's another thing to remember. There's a big difference between hard bargaining at a table and then making political pronouncements around the negotiations as well. I'm not saying we concede a damn thing at the table. I'll go hard at the table, know what we stand for, make those threats. But I don't think it's helpful making the big threats in the press, for example, against Donald Trump. I don't think it's whatsoever. I think what we should be thinking about is constructing the best deal for Canada that actually allows Donald Trump to claim a win so that he can walk away into the midterms and pretend that he did something great. Best deal, part 2, whatever. I don't really care. I just want to make sure that we have a good deal. And how do we make him stick to the deal? God knows, but it still doesn't negate the fact that we need to have a deal. We need to have something written on paper. By the way, on the Gordie Howe thing, just one clarification. We didn't rip up a Gordie Howe deal. That deal still exists between Canada and Michigan.
Yes.
We just got a little side deal, little side action going with the feds. That's the U.S. government wanting to be part of it now, too.
Right, yes, and it's not a split of tolls, it's just the handing over revenue equal to a split of the tolls, so a distinction kind of without a difference in some ways. Yeah, but it is what it is. Michelle, going to give you the last word here, but, Lisa said making big threats in public is not helpful, and Mark Carney is not doing that, right? He has been strategic, the Liberals would say, in his approach versus cathartic in sort of sounding off and creating big headlines. But the trust issue and the reliability issue of the other partner and their willingness to do the deal, this is the enormous hurdle that has existed all along. So just last word to you on where this might go in the 29 days with that.
Well, as I said off the top, it could go anywhere. Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. Like, who really knows? But I think Mark Carney's approach is the best that can be had under the circumstances. He's measured, he's thoughtful, and he's also wanting to have it all together. I think that he's recognized very early on that if we actually kind of put this into a piecemeal series of deals, which is what the Trump administration really wanted, then they would chew us up and spit us out. And we would end up losing, and that there's a whole bunch of different ways that they would, tear up one to just, or play one off against each other. And so he's been very firm in terms of his approach without being antagonistic. And I think that kind of balance and patience is going to be required as they kind of continue on. I agree with Lisa. He does have the exact right people at the table. Janice Charette and Dominic LeBlanc are incredibly capable and also have a lot of patience and understand who they're dealing with. And so, if there's a deal to be had, I think we have the team to do it.
The strategic patience reserve you need to have for moments like this is truly extraordinary. I don't mean this. This is great. You know what I'm talking about. The panel's wonderful. Michelle Cadario, Nathan Cullen, Rob Benzie, and Lisa Wright. Lisa, the next time you text me and say, read up on this, I'm going to get a documentary prepared. I'm just not going to read up on it because that would have been useful today. Thanks so much, gang. We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
David.
All right, well, Ontario Premier Doug Ford says Canada could dismantle the United States if only we wanted to. What kind of retaliation does Ford's government want to see? Just ahead, we're going to speak to Doug Ford's representative in Washington, David Patterson. Premiers have assembled here in Charlottetown this has announced a new 50% tariff on Canada that would take effect on August.
Those who worried about their investments and those who chose some peace of mind. Smart investors hold gold.
The DQ announced about $28 billion in exports to.
And everything he does is fast. So when you get paid out fast, you can thank Tim. Casino days, casino pays, fast.
Stomach trouble? A bottle of our finest Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Great vintage, huh? And it pairs well with everything. Pepto-Bismol.
What a hotel. Right? And only $335 a night on my favorite site.
What? You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $220.
You have to check Trivago. Oh, yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
See? Same hotel. Over $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 35%. Hotel? Trivago.
My grandson can choose to be anything he wants to be, which reminds me, I've got a few choices to make of my own.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 40 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family, up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes, with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy?
Access for American automobiles into Canada, into the dairies.
Anyone who gets it. Where a little mud means you're in. No signups, no introductions, just what we do. It's a club that knows how to take something with them and leave something behind. Built by the ones who started it and the ones taking it further. Jeep is not for everyone, but it is for anyone.
When you don't order furniture from Wayfair, it's natural to wonder what if. Like, what if it doesn't fit the space? Or what if it's tough to put together? What if it doesn't hold up? What if your friend Charles hates it?
I hate it.
With Wayfair, you don't have to wonder what if. It's style you'll love with quality you can trust.
That Wayfair sofa is fresh. These chips, stale. Do you know that popcorn?
Febreze. Big odors, a big distraction? Try new Febreze Air Mist with 50% more odor fighters and 30% more fragrance to instantly restore just cleaned freshness. And when odors make their way into fabrics, grab Febreze Fabric Spray. It penetrates deep to fight tough odors, transforming them into scents you'll love. With Febreze Air and Fabric, your whole home is doggone fresh. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Matt, what are you doing? Wearing that old-school fishnet-lined bathing suit?
You're chafing for no reason.
Yeah, but all bathing suits do the same thing.
That's exactly why we created these.
The man-made swim short has a built-in boxer brief liner that stays in place, prevents chafing, and it dries fast. Oh, tell them about the pouch. And there's a pouch that keeps the boys comfortable and supported. Oh, wow, you feel like a first class. Matt, just jump in the pool. The man-made swim short. Functional comfort.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! 2026 is arriving with it. Second Premier League season number 8. And the brilliance! Oh my
deservedly so. There's a lot of businesses I've talked to today across Ontario that are going to be spending money on customs brokers, lawyers. There's a lot of whiff of billables in the air for American lawyers who want to challenge this new tariff law as well. So it's not an easy environment to go through, but I know that American business is fed up with the tariffs. They want us to move forward. And really, I think this is the chance before the midterms to see a lift in the economy. If business can get its investment off the sidelines, which is what's happening, there could be a spring oil here of investment that could be beneficial for everyone.
Right.
And I think they see that here in the United States as well.
But you know, business wants this done, right? They want this resolved. They want this stabilized. And we've seen like the letter from the automaker saying, thank you for trying to help us, Mr. President, but please stop helping because it's not helping. And we saw a similar thing from the spirits lobby yesterday in the United States, who fear that this could escalate things and make it harder for them to get booze back on the shelves. And based on the premiers here, I think that's probably the case. So it's so overwhelmingly that way with the people who actually trade, but the president points to the stock market, which is being lifted by AI and all of the tech investment there, so he kind of doesn't seem to be swayed by it, right? So do you get the sense that the American administration and the key figures are getting that economic narrative and taking stock of it in the way that the people you speak to are?
I think we've all learned that this administration has one mode, which is to attack. And so that's what we're experiencing again. We experienced it on a certain bridge. We've experienced it in reaction to the impacts of smoke that we saw down here. That's kind of the way it operates. Other countries have experienced that same approach, and so we've learned about that. And we have allies, very good allies in the American community, business community in particular. Everybody, a very strong consensus, even in Congress, that it's time to get on, stop fighting each other. We should be really building a fortress and taking on issues like artificial intelligence, China, and trade like that is really positive for us and grows rather than stifles the growth of the economy. And that's what we're seeing right now, is this is holding us back. So let's move forward. That's the word of American business, and that is part of our job to make sure we have those conversations. We see it in Congress. So I think we have a lot of allies here, and we should hold to our guns and work our way through this.
It seems pretty clear, though, David Patterson, that this is not a business decision, right? If it was, it wouldn't be going on this long. It's a political one. And, you know, we've seen people trying to get Republicans to take a firm stand, or with rare exceptions, like people like Don Bacon in Nebraska. They're very reluctant to criticize the trade agenda and speak out against the trade agenda. So where do you see the political lay of the land on this? And on Scott Bessent stepping in to a lead role on this, as the Prime Minister told the Premier today, what do you make of the Treasury Secretary moving into this sort of point role on this 29-day conversation at this point?
Yeah, that's not really a surprise. It's something we had signaled to us a month or two ago when we met with Treasury down here as well. And I think that's probably a good thing in many ways as well. I think the answer is American self-interest. And the consensus is that it's not good for the economy to keep putting tariffs on that increase prices and limit your supply chain for vital industries like the auto sector and other sectors that need what we have. And an important thing to remember about the retaliations that Canada's put in place, they've all been restrictions of Americans coming into the Canadian market. What we really have not done is to restrict what we send to them, the potash, the energy, the critical minerals, the nickel, all the things that are absolutely essential to running the American military and the American economy. And those things are all understood by Secretary Bessent and by Jameson Greer. That's the basis for an agreement here. So there's no reason for us to be piecemeal giving in on every particular issue. Let's sit down and put it all together at the table. And that's what we encourage our federal government to do, and we'll be 100% behind them to get that deal done.
You mentioned those key industries, potash, critical minerals, and energy. And just as a final point, I mean, the Premier, your Premier, was very strong on we could cripple their economy with that. You would also cripple the Alberta economy, the Saskatchewan economy. Premier Smith, Premier Moe said, no way can that happen. So we have that leverage point, but it is incredibly difficult and dangerous to use that leverage point, especially with the unity issue fomenting in Alberta potentially.
Yeah, nobody wants to do that. That's what China has done with critical minerals and other things, and frankly brought incredible nervousness to the American side because of that. The entire genesis of all this trade really is China. That's the central aspect of what is happening here. We should be a unified group that helps to be strong and fortified and being able to help each other against undercutting prices from, you know, a nationally supported economy like China. So that is the consensus of American business and of the American government. I think if we play into that understanding and emphasize the things that we can offer even more to help that resilience of the American economy, it's an economy that has no nickel, for example, and think of all the things that you can't build from military to cars without nickel. And that's just one thing that's largely based in Ontario. So there are many, many parts of what we do together that are integrated. Now it's time in the next 30 days to sit down and put that puzzle together. And we have the right people to do it.
We'll see. David Patterson, we live in hope for fear of dying in despair, as an old finance minister in Newfoundland used to say. It's David Patterson, Ontario Premier's representative in Washington. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, David.
Okay, as we just discussed there with David Patterson, Ontario Premier Doug Ford is calling on the provinces to go on the offense against the United States as President Trump threatens this new 50% tariff.
That's why we can't roll over. We have to hit back. We have to, rather than be on our back heel, as I said, we have to go forward, take the offense. We are an energy powerhouse, and we could dismantle the U.S. if we wanted to, if we all work together. No matter if it's the electricity, and I'm not speaking for the other provinces, I'm going to be very clear. The potash, the oil, we're their #1 customer in the world.
Joining me now is the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Premier, always good to see you. Thanks for taking some time today.
Great to see you, David.
How would you assess the update the Premier's got from the Prime Minister and his team today in terms of what all of this means for the economy and where things stand with the trade talks?
Well, I think a few things. One is things that were announced. There's 30 days here now for us to find our way through that. And that may be an opportunity or that may be a challenge. But I think there is an opportunity here for 30 days for us as Canadians and our Canadian negotiating team to just really intensify and, as I said this morning, be very ambitious with those negotiations. And, you know, hopefully, and the hope I would have is that we are able to use announcements like today to actually bring this to a head, bring it to a reviewed and renewed CUSMA deal, and actually move forward with a little bit more certainty than maybe what we've had in the last year and a half. It's
my understanding that the Prime Minister said to the Premiers today that the country needs to prepare our options if at the end of the 29 days left, there is no deal that we're comfortable with. We have to think about what we're prepared to do. Look at where there are leverage points and maybe engage in retaliatory tariffs. Do you share that view of things?
We will have to prepare for the event that we're not able to get to a deal, whether it be in this 30 days or, you know, whatever the next deadline might be. And we must remember, too, this is a 9th or 10th iteration of tariffs that we have faced by...
Likely not the last.
Yeah, likely not the last. And so, you know, we always need to be prepared, I think, for, you know, what points of leverage do we have? Are they feasible? And ultimately, always keep in mind what the goal is here. And the goal is to get to that reviewed and renewed deal. That is what is good for Canadians. It is what is good for American families and businesses as well. And sooner or later, we're going to have to find our way there.
Doug Ford said today, he's identified areas that he thinks are good leverage points.
Are they in Ontario?
Some of them are, but there's a couple that are in Saskatchewan and certainly in Alberta. But energy and potash, and like you know the importance of that to the U.S. economy. Their food sector depends on potash very heavily. There has been very clear resistance from you and Premier Smith on using those industries as leverage in this in the past. Has anything changed where you'd be willing to do that if this goes sideways at the end of the 30 days?
No. And here's why. And here's why I don't believe that the Canadian government would entertain it either, is you would be putting miners, uranium miners, oil workers, and agricultural workers out of work immediately. That's not the goal here. The goal here is to have a new agreement to be able to move forward and actually expand on those industries that we have. But there's other ways to use multiple industries across Canada, or all industries across Canada, and the access to the products that we produce as leverage. The inflationary challenges that we're experiencing as Canadians is happening south of the border as well. And the only way that we're going to be able to address that in any way is for us to get to a renewed deal, actually get products flowing back and forth across the 49th parallel, unimpeded, untariffed, and ultimately make our economy more resilient. We have other challenges and challenging areas of the world when it comes to economic competitiveness. They're not always one another.
Right. But if energy and potash are off the table, from your perspective, and I can completely understand, given the importance of your economy, why you would feel that way, where do you see the leverage points? Because I know the Prime Minister did talk about defense procurement in the meeting being something that they can use, and they apparently have a list of other things that they're not quite sharing because they want to have it in their back pocket should they need it. Where do you see it, if not the energy and potash, which would be a crippling blow to parts of the U.S.?
I think it's important for us not to discuss publicly where those points of leverage may be or may come from, because that is to happen at the negotiating table. Far be it from me to start speaking on behalf of the Atlantic Canadian fishery, for example, and how we should be utilizing that industry, or even the auto industry, the manufacturing industry in Ontario. That isn't my role as a subnational prairie premier to speak about other provinces' industries and how to or not use them as leverage. But there are other points, and I think it's important for us to leave those at the negotiating table. But it's also important for us as subnational governments to continue to be informed and communicate with those at the negotiating table and the Prime Minister, so that we are working together to ensure that we can get to the goal, which is that renewed deal.
So you think it's a bad idea to lay out your strategy and all your options in public so that the person on the other side of the table can see what you're contemplating doing here?
Or social media would be equally bad option. But I think there's some serious conversations that are happening here, with very serious consequences as well. We had a sawmill close in Big River, Saskatchewan. It's 117 jobs, by far and away the largest employer, not just in the community but in the area. And those folks that are working in that industry, very skilled folks, they don't want to talk about where our elbows are or anything else. What they want to talk about is, can we get to a deal so we can have our job back?
Yeah, well, as I understand it, and when they did the go-around in the meeting, you raised the forestry tariffs as an issue you want to see the federal government put more focus on. And what is it that's missing there in the efforts to get those lifted? Because, the softwood lumber industry in Quebec, in New Brunswick, in BC, and obviously a mill closure in Saskatchewan, you're seeing the real impact on real jobs. What is it you want to see from the Prime Minister on the forestry sector in particular?
We are, and I fear we're going to see some of that in the manufacturing sector as well in Saskatchewan, the ag manufacturing sector, and we have in places like Ontario and Quebec. What I want to see, and what we're focused on in Saskatchewan, is getting to a broad-based comprehensive agreement. And that ultimately is what is going to be good for the entirety of the economy, those jobs in Big River, the jobs in Ontario, across Canada. And I would say it's also going to be good for affordability for American and Canadian families, and the cost of doing business in North America. Ensure that we're competitive. As I say, our actual competitors aren't on this continent. They're on other continents around the world, and we need to start to pay attention to that.
But, the Prime Minister said something very similar today when he spoke outside of his office in Ottawa, where he said they want a comprehensive deal. We don't want a partial agreement. But the U.S. seems to want that, right? They want to peel away parts of the economy and exert their leverage on it. So, do you think they want a comprehensive deal? Because everything up to this point would suggest they kind of don't. They want to side letter and side deal this thing into their advantage.
If you look at what they need and need in the years ahead, yes, I do. They may not want to talk about it. They may want to negotiate certain aspects of it. But they do, and they need a comprehensive deal. They need more energy. They need more uranium. Where is that going to come from? It's Saskatchewan. We're building 3 new uranium mines there as we speak. There's only 2 operating right now, to give you a size of the the advancement of that industry. We have 300,000 to 500,000 barrels of oil that we can bring on in our province that can find its way not only into the U.S. but to the West Coast and to other markets around the world. So yes, I do. You aren't going to hear about that in the negotiations and the tactics that the Americans use, and that's why I think it's important for Ambassador Wiseman, Janice Charest, and Dominic LeBlanc, led by the Prime Minister, of course, to ensure that we aren't always publicly discussing what's on the table and what they are negotiating towards, so that we can actually get there and then it can be ratified by our respective leaders.
But I take your point on the critical minerals and uranium and the other potential down the road. But if we're not prepared to use those as leverage, to go back to what I asked you about what Doug Ford had to say, then how do you compel the U.S. to do a comprehensive agreement when they may just try to get side deals on those things, right? Because this is what they are trying to do. Like Ambassador Huckster was talking about this the other day, saying we tried to get them to sign a critical minerals deal and Canada wouldn't. The other countries did. You understand why Canada wouldn't with everything going on, but they seem to think side deals on their terms, that's the way forward.
And I think there's been proposals that have been made, and they may not all be discussed publicly, but I think it's time for both sides, the Americans and the Canadians, to go back and look at some of the proposals that have been discussed up until this point in time, and maybe they become relevant again today. And it isn't just, the talk about potential export tariffs, which would cost many Canadians jobs in our case, but as we bring on new products, to have access to those products in the years ahead. And in order for us to even be part of that conversation, we have to be much more open as Canadians on getting our products to the world, and in many cases getting our products just even to other Canadians.
Okay, just as a final point, Premier, the clock is ticking. It's 29 days. Negotiations are going to intensify. How should Canadians feel? How should the people of Saskatchewan, are you optimistic? Are you hopeful? Or is it just, who the heck knows?
Well, a little bit of all of those, I think. But I think that as we see, the inflationary aspects, both north and south of the 49th parallel, and we see the specific points that are being suggested in this latest, which is about the 10th round of tariff, along with the timeline, which is not new, that this is an opportunity. This is a prime time for Canada to really be at that table. And if there is a deal to be had, I think there's as much opportunity that we'd be able to find it in the next 29 days as we have been able to thus far. So I'm not saying we're going to get one. I agree we need to prepare in the event that we don't. But I'm as ambitious and I'm as hopeful as I have been that we can find our way to a deal sooner rather than later.
Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan. Always good to see you, sir. Thank you for your time. Prime Minister Mark Carney says he and President Trump spoke today and they have agreed to intensify trade talks. The Prime Minister also spoke to premiers to give them an update on the situation before he will meet them here in person in Charlottetown later this week.
This is part of a negotiation, so the first objective is to get a comprehensive agreement that benefits, obviously, both countries, that's consistent with CUSMA as it is and CUSMA as it will be, and we'll work towards that. But in parallel, when I say we will do whatever it takes and keep all options, obviously, it's a comprehensive point.
Joining me now is the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby. Premier Eby, always good to see you. Thank you for taking some time.
Glad to be here, Dave.
I understand the federal government, like all governments, are still kind of assessing the full impact of these tariffs. But what is your sense of the state of play in the broader negotiations after getting briefed by the Prime Minister and his people today?
Well, I think there is some hope that we'll be in conversations with the Americans, and that to me has seemed to be the big barrier, that Canada has been willing to engage in the conversations, but there's been nobody on the other end of the phone line. That's what makes this retaliation particularly frustrating. The idea that we have a trading partner with such a deep relationship that's now punishing us for failing to respond to trade negotiations that aren't actually happening. It's confusing, it's bizarre, and it's counterproductive, and it's going to make life more expensive for Americans.
It's a retaliation on a retaliation, right? Which is, I guess, speaks to the nature of where this relationship is right now. But the net effect of it is that it does start a countdown clock, right? The 30 days now at 29 days. And the Prime Minister said he spoke with the President. They've agreed to intensify negotiations. Now, we've seen that before. It didn't lead to a deal. What's your sense of how the federal government is viewing this? I know they see it as an opportunity, but is this the end game or is this potentially a dead end?
Well, I think, anyone who predicts what the president is going to do is on pretty perilous thin ice.
Yeah.
And so from my perspective, I think that the federal government has been on the right track in terms of diversifying our trade relationships and trying to get away from exclusive access and dependency on the United States. Our big win is, as Canadians, what we have is in demand around the world. Every trade mission I go on, people are clamoring, especially now with Iran, to get what Canada has. And so we need to have some confidence in that as Canadians. This is something that we bring to the world that people are excited about. We don't have to exclusively date the United States. And in fact, that's been the mission of the Prime Minister, as far as I can tell, with all the free trade agreements. And what we're trying to follow on with BC through trade infrastructure, through the ports, through trade missions. And that's not to say it's not going to hurt what the president's doing to a lot of families, especially families in manufacturing related to wood with this latest round. So we're going to have to make sure they're protected with that regional tariff fund the feds have. But at the same time, this is our chance to really ensure that we're protected for a generation from being in the same position again. And let's really seize this moment.
Well, look, you're right on that, on the diversification, on the large-scale natural resources, critical minerals, a lot of the big things with energy. But a lot of what was hit today is small-scale manufacturing and areas that's a tougher road for them to diversify. So the micro damage today could be quite significant. A 50% tariff, CUSMA compliant or not, I mean, that could wipe out some small businesses.
Oh, absolutely. There's small and medium-sized businesses that are going to be badly hurt by that. I don't, to any degree, take away from the impact that forest-dependent families have felt in our province, that these firms are going to face. And they're going to need to see the support both from our government and the federal government, both to fight for a fair trade deal with the United States, but also to find other markets for them outside of the United States. And so this is a two-part piece of work, and it was reassuring to me to hear the Prime Minister say, we're not going to do a few small sections of a deal, we're going to do a broad deal.
Do you think the Americans want that, though? They seem to want to pick at each little component of the economic relationship and try to apply leverage. So it takes two to get the comprehensive deal,
but
right?
There's in that choosing those individual sectors and leaving others alone, they're telling us something, which is that those are the sections that they're leaving alone. Those are the sections where we have leverage as Canadians. Those are the things that they need from us. And so we've got to use those sections to bring along the other pieces. That's why a broad deal, why a good deal, why a deal that protects Canadians needs to be across all of these sectors, a broad deal.
So it's my understanding that in the First Minister's meeting today, the Prime Minister said, look, we all have to consider our options for where we could be if at the end of the 29 days there isn't a deal we're all comfortable with. We got to contemplate where we might have leverage. And you think of energy, you think of potash, you think of critical minerals, and even suggesting that the best outcome in this process could be that there is no deal. I mean, how do you view that sort of assessment, that we could be in a situation at the end of this period where there simply isn't a deal and it could have to be more retaliation and retaliatory tariffs, as Premier Ford was talking about today?
Well, I love to think that we could be in a place of trade stabilization and agreement with the president and everybody moving forward. But the reality is we could also be in a place of getting 6-month notice that the CUSMA deal is over. And so we need to prepare for the worst and hope for the best in this scenario. And preparing for the worst means doing that diversification work that we've been doing, making sure that our businesses are supported, and also identifying what are those weapons that we have as a country in terms of leverage in this conversation with the United States. Because at the end of the day, they are not hesitating to deploy their leverage. So what can Canadians bring to the table to get the attention of the Americans? That work in terms of it happening at the federal table has the full support of British Columbia. Premier Ford has spoken about it. I'm in full support of us identifying what are those heavy sticks that we have in the event that we find ourselves in a real all-out brawl with the U.S., which nobody wants. And it's a fight we didn't sign up for, but man, it's a fight we got to be ready for.
Right. So no one, as I understand it, is willing to move on the booze ban of the U.S. Products and bring them back on their shelves, despite the economic damage. I know Premier Holt has a modular home company in New Brunswick that's going to be really hurt by what was announced here today. But nobody's moving off of that. You said today there's no way in hell that American booze is going to go back on the shelves in BC. But Premier Ford said earlier, the points of leverage that you're talking about, it's things like potash, it's things like energy. And he suggested that you could cripple the Americans if you acted in concert on that. But that's Alberta and Saskatchewan, which allow booze on their shelves. And Premier Smith has been very clear in the past year and a bit. don't use the oil industry there as leverage. Do you get any sense that those positions have fundamentally changed today with this new escalation?
Well, there needs to be a coordinated effort across the country. No one province can carry all the weight here, and we need to make sure that that's the case. But as Canadians, we also need to understand that we can't win this fight with a bully by just giving up and putting U.S. booze back on the shelf. When I said there is no way in hell, there is no way in hell. We are putting the booze back on the shelf because of these movements made by Donald Trump. The only way that's going to happen is through an agreement with the Americans that brings trade stability and supports families in Canada and the United States. And we can get there, but we're not going to get there by giving up as soon as Trump shows up with some more tariffs, because guess what? It's going to happen again.
So the federal government has defense procurement as leverage, which I know is something that was referenced today, and others that they say they're not revealing because they want to keep it in their back pocket as it moves on. We've also learned there's been some changes in sort of the negotiating team, or at least the liaison team, that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is going to play a more frontline role in these conversations. I mean, what is your sense on what that could mean? Does a new entrant into the conversations on a consistent basis, does that maybe show a change on the American side of things?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I don't have enough knowledge of the American administration to know one thing or another about who's at the table and what significance that brings. But what I do know is that I can see, just like everybody else, that Americans are frustrated with the rising cost of living. Today's tariffs are going to make their lives more expensive again. And demolishing CUSMA, if that's where the president's heading, is going to destroy businesses in the United States and hurt Americans as well, while he's going into a sensitive election cycle. So, I think that the opportunity is potentially there for us to resolve this. I hope it is. I am sure this is a president looking for a win, but he's also, to my mind, a wounded animal right now who is lashing out at friends and neighbors for inexplicable reasons. And so it's incredibly volatile. It's totally unpredictable. And if we want predictability for Canadians, if we want reliable economic opportunity, we've got to be looking to other places.
Do you think the federal government, just as a final point, Premier Eby, that Mark Carney could be doing anything differently? You do see the criticism in some circles that Canada needs to get serious, needs to stop dragging its feet, needs to make a deal. My impression has always been the issue is more on the U.S. side, that they aren't necessarily ready to have the serious conversations yet. What is your sense of what the federal side could be doing differently to move this along more quickly?
Well, I mean, you can't negotiate with yourself, and you can try, and we can, give up all kinds of things and try to get the Americans to the table. But I think that would be a huge mistake. If the Americans don't want to have a conversation with us, then we've got to be looking to other places. If they want to have a serious negotiation, I do have the sense the Prime Minister and his team are ready for that. But in the absence of that, it's really hard to fault them when we don't have a trade partner to negotiate with. And that's the absurdity of all of this, is you would think the guy who authored the book, The Art of the Deal, is looking for a deal. We're sitting down at a table. Right. But every impression I have is the complete opposite.
Right, and as we've seen with the bridge, what is a deal worth? I mean, that has a hangover, all of this. Is it not? The Gordie Howe Bridge deal was reopened and renegotiated and re-leveraged. Can you even trust a deal if you get it?
Well, we did get a deal with CUSMA. Prime Minister Trudeau and the President agreed. The President called it the best trade agreement the world had ever seen, and here we are again. So that's why we need to be looking long-term to diversify.
Premier David Eby, thank you for joining us on a busy day and on your birthday. Happy birthday, Premier.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be on your show. What a president.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so just as premiers having birthdays and otherwise were heading to Charlottetown for the Council of the Federation summer meeting, the Trump administration announced their plan to impose a 50% tariff on a sprawling list of Canadian goods, upending the original affordability focus of these meetings.
If these talks fail in 29 days, we need to hit them back as hard as we can. I'm tired of the bully trying to take our lunch money all the time. We always seem to be on our back heels. We need to be on the offense.
The ultimate goal isn't to counter tariff and further weaken the North American economy. The ultimate goal is to get to a renewed agreement, a trade agreement that is going to build and ensure that our North American economy is more competitive moving forward than maybe it is today with the uncertainty that we're facing.
There is not a chance in hell that U.S. alcohol is going back on the shelf in British Columbia. And I'm proud of that, and I know the British Columbians support that. And the idea of the president that he can bully us into whatever he wishes is incorrect.
Joining me now, Lana Payne is the national president of Unifor and a member of the Prime Minister's Canada-U.S. Economic Relations Advisory Council. Lana, always good to see you. Thanks for taking the time on a busy day. Look, we've known each other a long time. I know you've been at a lot of bargaining tables with a lot of deadlines hanging over you. This 29-day countdown clock on the 50% tariffs, how could that affect things, as the Prime Minister says he and the President have agreed to intensify negotiations?
Yeah, I think we're finally getting to it, which is not a bad thing to see, considering we've had 18 months of, kind of chaos and instability here that has had a very detrimental impact on workers, including a lot of the workers that I represent. Honestly, when I heard this last night, the Canadian in me was wanting to scream around the house because this attack is unfair, it's unjustified, it is another attempt to extort and bully us. But the negotiator in me was this morning saying, okay, we need to stay calm here. We have to hold the line. We have to stand firm because I think the president has tipped his hat and the cake is baking.
You posted today that the U.S. is painting Canada as the aggressor here to try to get Canada to capitulate to their demands. I mean, how do you think they should respond? Because there's the, as you say, you wanted to go screaming around the house. There's the cathartic response, which is hit them back with a brick bat. And then there is the strategic response, right, where you try to find a way to get the yes, which we haven't been able to do yet. I mean, how do you think Canada should respond to this one?
I mean, there's no doubt they're trying to pressure us here, David. I think everybody is saying that this is the kind of posturing that we would expect from the U.S. administration before they start to get serious. I think, the things that they have named here, the irritants that they refer to are also our leverage points. And we can't give up those leverage points, whether it's booze on the shelves or a tariff remission plan on autos. These are things that are helping us get to a real negotiating table right now. Whether we get a deal in the end in 29 days is another matter. And that means we have to be prepared to do something else at that point. And in addition to the leverage we've already exerted, we have to be prepared to take more.
How do you do that, though, Lana? This is my question here, because, yes, they've revealed some things in this that obviously the booze ban is getting to them, and it's having an economic hit, and their frustration with the sheer audacity that Canada stands up for itself and they suffer the consequences of their action annoys them. The things they've exempted, critical minerals, potash, energy, fish, these are things clearly they need, but politically, how do you use those when, Alberta and Saskatchewan say, don't do it? Quebec won't stop exports of hydroelectricity. If the provinces are so to oppose it, how do you gain leverage in these areas in this moment?
Well, there's no doubt that part of winning this trade war, David, is that Canada has to be united, and we need to have solidarity, and we need to be able to figure out what it is that we can agree to when it comes to retaliation. There are parts of the country right now that have carried a heavier load in terms of the tariffs that Trump has hit us with. I mean, can you imagine trying to say that we are the aggressor? Some of their officials have been out there saying this in the media today, when, of course, they've broken CUSMA. They've broken it, particularly when it comes to the auto agreement. We had a signed side letter with CUSMA that basically said they would not retaliate with Section 232 tariffs on that sector of the economy. And yet here we are, been suffering under these tariffs for well over a year now. So I think Canada will have to come together. We will have to be as united as we can be. And I think we have some pressure points. The midterms are one of them. The fact that the U.S. is having major affordability issues right now are all things in our favor, and we have to use the things in our favor to get a deal that works for Canada. But we also, in the end, will have to be prepared not to take a bad deal.
Well, that's something the Prime Minister said to the premiers today, at least in my conversations with my sources who were informed of what's happened in that meeting, that we have to prepare as a country for the possibility we don't get something we like at the end of the 29 days and then figure out how we retaliate and what we use for leverage. But he also suggested at one point that the best case scenario may be no deal. Now, I don't know the full context around that, whether that just means not conceding to something and locking it in that you don't want to live with, which is how I interpret it, and I think how you interpret it. But what could that look like if you get to the end of this process and there is nothing, because patience may be running out in both directions?
Well, you may end up with a political deal that's something different than a trade deal, which is a possibility here. I think that the key here is that we have to get at a negotiating table and see what's possible. We have said as a union from the beginning that there are things that we can propose, particularly when it comes to the auto sector, the forestry sector. Some of these sectors are being hit very hard in Canada right now, but also the U.S. Needs many things from us. It has to be a comprehensive deal from the point of view that we can't get to a place where we are getting something at the expense of hundreds of thousands of workers in the manufacturing sector in Canada. The U.S. needs inputs in order to build things. They get those inputs from us, and we should have access to their market in return. So get to a table, figure out what we can get done, but be prepared absolutely for the worst possible thing in 29 days.
Yeah, I know a comprehensive deal that sort of settles all of the issues once and for all is the goal here. It's the ideal here. Certainly what the Prime Minister said today, you don't want to do a series of piecemeal things, but the piecemeal things are kind of the way this administration is operating in the United States, right? So how worried are you right now that the other side of this bargaining table just may want to do a series of side letters or side agreements to exert their leverage on as many aspects of the North American economy as possible, rather than do a comprehensive agreement and live with the totality?
Well, that's the thing about bargaining, is they're going to try everything possible here, and we have to stick to what it is that we need. We can't be in a position here, David, where we're providing concession upon concession upon concession, and in the end getting something that still is going to be detrimental to the workers of Canada. So we have leverage as a country. Our union has said that from the beginning. We know that we have leverage because many of these irritants that the U.S. continues to talk about are indeed the flip side of that is leverage for us. And so we've got to play this out. We've got to hold our powder. I mean, I don't know how many metaphors I can use here right now, but the reality is that we can't lose our cool here. This is as serious as it gets, and the stakes are very high for a lot of working people in this country. So let's get there and see what's possible. But at the same time, work with us, work with industry, work with the people who know, how we can get to a place where we can get a deal that's acceptable for Canadian workers and for Canadian industry. And obviously, our advisory council to the Prime Minister met, and the Minister LeBlanc met today on all of this. We were updated, and I think you're going to see that kind of consultation intensify, obviously, over the next month.
Right. Well, look, Lana, we've only got about 90 seconds left before we lose the shows, but I know you can't tell us things that you were told by Dominic LeBlanc and others in that meeting, because what's the point of you being on that council if you're going to blab? But how reassured were you by what you heard? Or were you like, what was your takeaway when it was all over in terms of the state of things?
Well, I have great confidence in Janice, the chief negotiator. I see her as a very tough cookie. I also think that we are willing now to do what it takes to get a deal. And I think that that's really important, that we've strengthened our resolve here.
Okay, you mean we are now willing to do what it takes? Do you think we were maybe not as willing before, or how should I interpret that comment?
I think you should interpret it by the fact that we've given concessions, and I don't think you're going to see those anymore.
Well, you're probably right, especially since Jameson Greer said you get no credit for giving anything up. It just kind of gets you back to even. So, yeah, no, I hear you. Normally you give something up at the table, you expect something coming back at the table, but there you go. But look, thanks for always for joining us at our table. Lana Payne, National President of Unifor. We appreciate the time.
Thanks, David.
Okay, that just about does it here for this edition of Power and Politics. We will have more live coverage tomorrow and Thursday from Charlottetown at the Premier's meeting. Just to quickly recap, the Prime Minister did brief the Premiers today on the state of things after his conversation with President Trump, saying the federal government is still assessing the full impact of these latest 50% tariffs that have been threatened to go into effect 29 days from now, though Mark Carney and Donald Trump did agree that they would intensify negotiations in the coming weeks to try to reach a full comprehensive agreement. But a warning from the Prime Minister that everybody in charge of a province or territory or country should prepare for there not to be a deal at the end of the 29 days that everybody is comfortable with, and to look at options, to find places where Canada can exert leverage on the United States, and that could include something as significant as more retaliatory tariffs, suggesting that a bad deal will be a terrible outcome, and the best case scenario here might be no deal at all. So, a lot of things at play. What was supposed to be a summer meeting for the premiers in Charlottetown to talk about affordability, internal trade, and find a way to get the issue of healthcare spending back on the national agenda in advance of the face-to-face meeting with Prime Minister Mark Carney on Thursday, has, like so many things in the past 15 months, become dominated by President Donald Trump. We're signing off live from Charlottetown at the premiers meeting. We'll be back in 22 hours with the next edition of the show. Hannah Mansing tonight is up next here on CBC News Network. We'll see you tomorrow from Charlottetown.
Jeep is for anyone. Anyone who gets it. Where a little mud means you're in.